Chapter 288. Now that you're an alchemy elder of the Alchemy Pavilion, you can naturally use the Alchemy Pavilion to collect materials. I wonder what kind of materials fellow Taoist wants to collect. The treasures in our Alchemy Pavilion's treasury are quite plentiful. Perhaps we might have what you need. Yi Kaiyang smiled and said confidently, "Is that so?" Zue was overjoyed and quickly said, "Those ordinary materials are fine, but 12 of them are quite difficult to find. It's a bit troublesome. These materials are golden ground flower, dark nethergrass, 800-year-old blood ginseng, spirit demon pill, holy spirit fruit. These materials, are you trying to refine the orifices enlightening pill?" Yi Kaiyang was slightly shocked and asked in shock. Gu Qingfeng, who was standing at the side, was shocked. "That's right. My cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. If I use my karma points to exchange, it will take me at least 10 years to get the orifices enlightening pill. If that's the case, I might as well collect the materials myself. It'll be faster." Ziyue nodded and said, "That's true. With your ability as an advanced second-grade alchemy master, you do meet the requirements to refine the orifices enlightening pill. However, although advanced second-grade alchemy masters can refine the orifices enlightening pill, there's also the possibility of failure. In our Chaiyang sect, the one who usually refines the orifices enlightening pill is Pavilion Master Qian, who's a third-grade alchemy master. Once every 5 years, he'll refine the pills. At most, he'll refine 10 pills and at least 5 or 6 pills. It's quite stable. If fellow Taoist really has a need for it, our Alchemy Pavilion will be able to keep 1 pill for our internal use due to our special status." Yi Kaiyang thought for a moment and suggested, "Pavilion Master Yi, Alchemy Master Tang has waited for 7 years. He's already accumulated enough karma points, and he's a beginner second-grade alchemy master." Gu Qingfeng tugged at Yi Kaiyang's sleeve and reminded him softly. Hearing this, Yi Kaiyang's expression froze, and he felt a little embarrassed. Cultivators like us go against the heavens and fight for our lives. Will we fight for his time? It's only been 2 years since the last time Pavilion Master Qian refined a pill, and I don't want to wait another 3 years. Bai Ziyue's voice turned serious as he spoke in a firm tone. "If that's the case, I won't persuade you." Yi Kaiyang let out a sigh of relief and simply said, "Most of the materials needed for the awakening pill are stored in our Alchemy Pavilion. Even if we don't have them right now, we can help you gather them. This is one of the benefits of becoming an alchemy elder of our Alchemy Pavilion. However, there are a few materials that are relatively rare and precious, so you can only rely on yourself to find them. 800 years old blood ginseng, psychic demons Yao Core, and holy spirit fruit." Ziyue left the alchemy talk. After a short discussion, most of the materials for the enlightening elixir were settled. By then, he only needed to provide 5,000 karma points. Have master. Without have cost. Fong have master have. As for the other 3 materials, he could only rely on himself to solve them. According to Master Yi, the 800 years old blood ginseng and holy spirit fruit can be found in several ancient medicine gardens of the Chaiyang sect. But these 2 spiritual herbs are only used when Master Qian refines the enlightening pill every 5 years. I can't get my hands on them. That's a bit tricky." Bai Ziyue's brows were tightly knitted together. He also felt that it was a little tricky, but he was not too worried about the monster core of the psychic demon. The Chaoyang sect killed a lot of psychic demons every year. As long as he put up a reward in the Internal Affairs Pavilion, someone would give it to him. The price was only 3,000 karma points. In a worst-case scenario, it shouldn't be difficult for him to kill a newly ascended psychic demon by himself. Fortunately, Master Yi promised to help me find the blood ginseng and holy spirit fruit. In the Chaoyang sect, there are some powerful immortal cultivation families. These immortal cultivation families are backed by the Chaoyang sect. Over the years, they have accumulated a lot of power. Maybe there are 2 kinds of materials in their family's medicine garden. Bai Ziyue thought to himself and relaxed a little. However, He did not place all his hopes on Pavilion Master Yi. He went directly to the Internal Affairs Pavilion and put up a reward for the 3 materials. Then, Ziyue went back to his cave residence. 3 days later, Ziyue went to the Internal Affairs Pavilion again. He had a monster core of the psychic demon in his hand, but there was still no news about the other 2 materials. He frowned and went back disappointed. Of course, his karma points had also increased a lot because of the 221 spiritual elixirs he had traded this time. Even after deducting the reward for the monster core of the psychic demon and the cost of all kinds of elixir refining materials, he still had more than 3,000 karma points. Plus the 4,000 karma points he had left after exchanging for elixir refining materials, he now had more than 7,000 karma points. Near the mountain gate of the Chaiyang sect, there were mountains outside the coverage of the Earth Pole magnetic divine light formation. There were also many people living in these mountains. Among these people, some were from the cultivation families of the Chaiyang sect, and some were ordinary people who were arranged to live here by their parents or relatives. The Chaiyang sect had been established for thousands of years and had multiplied for countless generations. Even if it had experienced a great disaster, it still formed a sucking effect and gathered countless people to live here. Among these mountains, Fu Yongyu walked briskly to a mountain stream in a somewhat low mountain peak. What came into sight was a small village surrounded by barren fields. Most of the fields were planted with spiritual rice. Of course, because some fields were too barren, they looked very sparse. In this field, there was a moo of spiritual field. The crescent rice, which was in the stage of maturity, was growing very vigorously. It was white and crystal and very eye-catching. "Dad, you're back." At this moment, a surprised voice was heard. Then a 7 or 8-year-old girl ran out of the field. Behind the little girl was a clean and pretty woman. "Yinin, did you miss me?" Fu Yongyu picked up the little girl and teased her. "I did. Good girl. How did you have time to come back this time?" the woman asked. "The immortal elder who hired me this time was more lenient to me. Plus, the busiest time was over, so he gave me 2 days off. Also, Yinin is not young anymore. I want to take her to the Tao Initiation Pavilion under the mountain gate to see if she has the aptitude for immortal arts." Fu Yongyu said with a determined expression. "You still can't let go." The woman sighed softly and said, "Practicing martial arts is also a way out. Aren't you doing well now? I heard that the Khanate stage of martial arts is not much weaker than enlightening the apertures with immortal arts." "What do you know? How would you know what people call a martial artist and odd job worker like me in the outside world? A martial slave. So what if I'm strong and reach the Khanate stage? I'm just a martial slave in the end." The previous 3 generations of the Fu family were all immortal arts cultivators. My father is a 2nd-grade spiritual plant master and has a respected position in the Chaiyang sect. I won't allow the Fu family to lose its legacy and dignity in my generation. Even if I don't have the aptitude for immortal arts, my child must have it. She must become a cultivator and a spiritual plant master who knows how to use spiritual plants. She must not become a martial slave in the eyes of others. Fu Yongyu looked sternly at the woman, then said softly, "Do you want Yinin to be like me, mediocre and unaccomplished? Since when have you not been the one in charge of our family?" The woman was finally convinced and rolled her eyes at him. Fu Yongyu also heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to take his daughter to the Tao Initiation Pavilion, he suddenly heard the 2 of them talking as if there was no one else around. I didn't expect such good things to appear in the market of remote Cloud Mountain this time. An 800-year-old blood ginseng and a sacred spirit fruit that can greatly increase one's comprehension. These are all supreme-grade spiritual ingredients for refining the Aperture Awakening Pill. That's right. I don't know where Rosie Lane got the resources to find such a good item. They even purposely organized an auction. The auction will start in 3 days. I wonder who will benefit from it. No matter who it is, with these ingredients, as long as they make some preparations, they can start refining the Aperture Awakening Pill. I reckon that not only will the Chaiyang sect be tempted, even the Wan and Yu families won't let it go. The 2 figures gradually disappeared. Fu Yongyu's expression immediately became uncertain. After a moment of hesitation, He looked at the woman and said, "Xiu Yin, I have to return to the sect immediately." "What's wrong?" the woman asked, puzzled. "You heard the conversation between the two of them just now. An 800-year-old blood ginseng and a sacred spirit fruit that can greatly increase one's comprehension. These are all things that the immortal elder I'm following has been thinking about for the past few days. I have to return immediately and tell him this news." Fu Yongyu said solemnly. "Can't you delay it for a few days?" The woman said somewhat reluctantly. "It'll be too late if you delay it. Immortal Bai has been very generous to me. Not only did he increase my salary by giving me 300 karma points per year, he also rewarded me with 3 golden spirit pills. Now that I can help Immortal Bai, it's only a matter of walking a few more hours. Naturally, I have to do it. Besides, based on my understanding of Immortal Bai, if I tell him this news, he will definitely reward me. If Enin really has the aptitude for immortal arts, then I need to accumulate more karma points for her cultivation. Following Immortal Bai is a good opportunity." With that, Fu Yongyu no longer hesitated. He put down his daughter and turned to leave. "He's gone? What did he say?" 2 figures were hiding sneakily under the rocks in the kernel. They were the 2 people who had been talking just now. Chapter 289. These 2 were naturally Gong Fei and Su Jishuan of the Tao Attainment sect. In order to lure Ziyue out of the Rising Sun sect, they had put in a lot of effort. We've finally spread the news. During this period of time, Ziyue has been searching for the blood ginseng and the holy spirit fruit. Now that there's news of these 2 treasures, I'm sure he'll rush to the remote Cloud Mountain market. Gong Fei heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Isn't this too much of a coincidence? If he asks around and there's no news of the blood ginseng and the holy spirit fruit, wouldn't it be all for naught?" Su Jishuan asked worriedly, "Who says there's no blood ginseng and the holy spirit fruit?" Master originally planned to ask Pill Master Fei Ming to refine the enlightening pill, so he brought these ingredients with him. This time, in order to lure Ziyue out completely, he naturally brought these 2 items out. Anyway, when the time comes, once Master acts, Ziyue will definitely not be able to escape, and these items will still fall into our hands. Gong Fei said in a relaxed tone, "That's true. With sect master strength, dealing with Ziyue is indeed a piece of cake." Su Jishuan nodded, not surprised by this point. But after thinking for a while, he said worriedly, "The only thing I'm worried about now is whether the Zhou Tianya magic mirror is with Ziyue or not. If it's with him, then it's fine. If it's not, then the 2 of us will be in trouble. This is also the fault of the ancestor back then. Why didn't he send people to the martial country to search for it? If not, we would have obtained the Zhou Tianyan Long mirror earlier. With the mystical properties of this treasure, wouldn't our Tao Attainment sect have already risen to power?" "Be careful with your words," Gong Fei said in a low voice before explaining. "The ones who destroyed the immortal martial sect were the Wu country's royal family. 30 years after that, our founder broke through and became an enlightened immortal master, establishing our Tao Attainment sect. According to my master, it was because our founder was the son of the immortal martial sect's sect master that not long after he established the sect, the Wu country's royal family came knocking on our door. Although it didn't cause any major disturbances, because of this, our Tao Accomplishment sect was forced to not step into the martial country for 100 years. Hence, the information regarding the immortal martial sect has only been circulated within the sect leader's faction. Other people have no idea of the existence of such a sect." "I see." Su Jishuan suddenly understood. "Besides, how do you know that our sect hasn't sent anyone to look for him? It was just that all the disciples of the Tao Accomplishment sect who entered the martial country never returned. The sect leader of the immortal martial sect, Jiang Wu Dao, also vanished without a trace. Only then did they gradually give up. This time, if it wasn't for my discovery, I wouldn't even know when I would be able to obtain the complete inheritance of the immortal martial sect and obtain the ultimate treasure of the sect, the Zhou Tianyan Law Mirror." Gong Fei coldly snorted as he spoke proudly. "I've searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. I didn't expect that the thing that I couldn't find would appear in remote Cloud Mountain without anyone noticing. Ziyue was very surprised when he walked out of the Morning Sun Taoist sect. One had to know that 7 or 8 days ago, he had already placed the bounty on the Internal Affairs Pavilion. However, other than the demonic core of the psychic demon, there was no progress in the other 2 spiritual ingredients. He originally thought that he might need to spend a few months before he could gain anything. He had even prepared to take a risk if there was still no news within a year and settle for the next best thing, which is to exchange for a bottleneck-breaking pill. He believed that by that time, his accumulation would be even more profound, and it was not impossible for him to be enlightened. However, he didn't expect that he would receive news of the 800-year-old blood ginseng and the Holy Spirit fruit from Fu Yongyu so quickly. After confirming this point from the conversations of the other disciples, he immediately became excited and set off excitedly. This time, he didn't bring the black puppy along. Firstly, it was because remote Cloud Mountain was very close to the Morning Sun Taoist sect, and he didn't need the black puppy to travel on foot. Secondly, it seemed to be about to break through again after swallowing a few demonic core fragments. This time, the black puppy would directly evolve from an ordinary beast into a demon, a dog demon. Therefore, he decided to let the black puppy stay in the abode and break through with the help of the abundant spiritual qi. This time, if I want to successfully exchange for the blood ginseng and the Holy Spirit fruit, it will definitely cost a lot. It might even exceed the price of the Morning Sun Taoist sect's Acupore's enlightening pill. I don't know if these are enough. If not, I can only choose to use those upper-grade spiritual stones. Ziyue frowned slightly. He actually had a lot of spiritual stones. Not to mention that during this period of time, he had accumulated more than 13,000 karma points through refining elixirs, and now he had exchanged all of them for spiritual stones. In addition to the 5 upper-grade spirit stones and more than 200 mid-grade spirit stones that he had obtained from Jiang Wudao's storage bag. Based on the fact that 1 upper-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, he actually had 84,000 spirit stones in total. It could definitely be considered a huge fortune. However, upper-grade spiritual stones were extremely valuable, and their functions were not comparable to lower-grade spiritual stones and middle-grade spiritual stones. Not only could they be directly used to restore the elemental energy of high-level cultivators, but they could also be used to upgrade the grade of spirit meridians and could be used as the base or even the eye of some large formations. If he only used them as ordinary spiritual stones, it would be a huge waste. Therefore, he had always regarded the 5 upper-grade spiritual stones as some kind of precious treasure and did not intend to use them lightly. However, if he could buy the blood ginseng and the Holy Spirit fruit, it would not be a big deal even if he spent them all. To him, the most important thing was to break through the Acupore's enlightening immortal method. Compared to this, money and treasures were all external objects. As long as he had the strength, he could obtain them again. At this thought, he narrowed his eyes and returned to his original expressionless face. The marketplace of remote Cloud Mountain was not far from the Morning Sun Taoist sect, only a few dozen miles away. There were 2 roads that could be used to travel between them. One was a mountain road, and the other was a swamp road. The distance between the 2 was not much different. Although the mountain road was rugged, it was nothing to martial artists and immortal method cultivators. Therefore, more people took this road. On the other hand, the swamp road was not only more difficult to walk, but there were also many poisonous snakes and ferocious beasts. Therefore, fewer people chose to take this road. To Ziyue, the difficulty of the road was not much of a concern. What he really valued was the numerous poisonous insects and ferocious beasts in the swamp. During the life and death battles, they gave him an increase in spiritual energy. Ziyue did not deliberately stay in the swamp. He only attacked when he encountered poisonous insects and ferocious beasts that did not know their place. Along the way, his spiritual energy increased by a lot and finally reached 1 million. He was satisfied with this and walked briskly into the marketplace of remote Cloud Mountain. Damn it! In the distance, Gong Fei's face was filled with anger. They expected Ziyue to walk out of the Morning Sun Taoist sect, so they had already intercepted him halfway. They even deliberately set up a formation to prevent him from attracting the attention of the people in the Morning Sun Taoist sect. In the end, Ziyue did not choose to take the more convenient mountain road. Instead, he chose to take the dangerous and difficult swamp road. This was really beyond their expectations. Let's go. Next time, this will not happen again. The sect leader of the complete Dao sect glanced at Gong Fei and the others indifferently, then stepped into the swamp of remote Cloud Mountain. The marketplace of remote Cloud Mountain was very big. At least, it was much bigger than the Dongxian market that he had been to before. People came and went, and there were many shops. Immortal method cultivators and martial arts powerhouses were mixed in. Although there were some obstacles, it was peaceful. Ziyue stepped into the market, rejected the guide of the road boy, and casually strolled around. Rosy Lane. Soon, he stood in front of a shop. Without hesitation, he stepped into the shop. At this moment, there were still 2 days before the auction of Rosy Lane. Logically speaking, Ziyue only needed to wait patiently for the auction to begin and bid for the materials. However, he had never thought of following Rosy Lane's procedures and participating in the auction. To him, any accident that could be avoided should be avoided as much as possible. The night was long and the dreams were many. Who knew what could happen in 2 days' time? In any case, he was determined to get these 2 materials and was not stingy with his spending of spirit stones. Naturally, it would be best to buy the blood ginseng and the holy spirit fruit as soon as possible. Call your shopkeeper out. Ziyue ignored the attendant who came to greet him. His aura flickered as he spoke. Yes, the attendant felt the shocking spiritual pressure from Ziyue's body, and his expression changed. He did not dare to delay and responded respectfully, then hurriedly called for the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper Jean of Rosy Lane was an old man who looked to be in his 50s. He had 2 long strands of beard on his face and was also at the 7th level of the qi refining stage. After gesturing for the attendant to leave, he hurriedly led Ziyue into a secret room and said politely, "How should I address you, fellow Taoist?" "Ziyue of the Chaoyang sect," Ziyue replied. "Are you the new advanced 2nd grade elixir refiner of the Chaoyang sect, Elixir Master Bai?" Shopkeeper Jean's body shook as he asked in surprise. "I didn't expect Shopkeeper Jean to be so well informed," Ziyue said in surprise. Remote Cloud Mountain Market is backed by the Chaoyang sect. Since Rosy Lane makes a living here, we naturally pay more attention to the news of the Chaoyang sect. Not to mention our Rosy Lane, even the small shops on the street would know of Elixir Master Bai's name. It is my honor to be able to meet Elixir Master Bai. Shopkeeper Jean stroked his 2 strands of beard as he spoke. Ziyue did not comment. Naturally, he did not believe him completely. Which of the shops that could establish themselves in remote Cloud Mountain Market didn't have a close relationship with the Chaoyang sect? Although Rosy Lane was not big, it was still one of the top 5 shops in remote Cloud Mountain Market. It must have an immortal master in the middle or late stage of the enlightenment stage behind it. Although they respected him, they would not be too fearful of him. My monthly votes are about to fall below the top 100. Help please. Chapter 290. May I know the reason why Alchemist Bai is looking for me? Shopkeeper Su asked with a curious expression after the attendant served the spirit tea. I heard that you will be holding an auction in 2 days. I'm very interested in the 800-year-old blood ginseng and the holy spirit fruit. Bai Ziyue picked up the spiritual tea and took a sip before he said casually, "This is our fault. I will send an invitation card to you in a moment." At that time, Alchemist Bai will naturally be able to participate in our auction. Shopkeeper Su hurriedly said, blaming himself. "What I mean is, don't attend the auction. I want to get those 2 items now." Bai Ziyue's eyes flashed as he looked at Shopkeeper Su. 2 days was too long, and there were too many variables. He didn't want to complicate things. "Alchemist Bai, you're making things difficult for me. The items in our auction have been publicized. If we withdraw them now, won't we be breaking our promise? The other items are fine, but the 800-year-old blood ginseng and the holy spirit fruit are what the Yu and Wan clans want. What if my shop is wrecked because I can't take them out? No, no. Shopkeeper Sue shook his head quickly and said awkwardly, I believe that your esteemed workshop must have a way. What you want is only spirit stones. If I can give you a price that you can't get in the auction, won't it be the best of both worlds? Baizu's heart skipped a beat. Naturally, he knew that the Yu family and the Wan family were the top cultivation families in the Chuyang sect. However, his expression did not change. He glanced at him indifferently and said calmly, How about 50,000 spiritual stones? The 800-year-old blood ginseng is worth 18,000 spirit stones in the market. The holy spirit fruit is worth 12,000 spirit stones at most. Even if the auction is overpriced, it'll be 40,000 spirit stones at most. 50,000 spirit stones should be enough for you to answer to your superiors and the people who consign the items to you. At this moment, his heart was also secretly in his throat. The items are still in Mr. Zhou's hands. I need to invite him over to complete the transaction. Shopkeeper Su was silent for a while and finally made a decision. Go ahead. A smile appeared on Ziyue's face. Instead, he was a little more curious about this so-called Mr. Zhou. Generally, when a treasure was put up for auction, in order to prevent any accidents, the auctioneer would temporarily keep the treasure in their own treasury. It was extremely rare for Wishing Lane to still have the blood ginseng and holy spirit fruit in the hands of the consignor. However, as long as he could guarantee that the two materials would land in his hands, he didn't care too much about this. Half an hour later, Ziyue finally met the owner of the 800-year-old blood ginseng and the holy spirit fruit, Mr. Zhou. This was an old man who looked even older than Shopkeeper Su. His complexion was withered, and his qi and blood were declining. It was as if he was on the verge of death. Ninth level of the refinement stage? Ziyue frowned inwardly. The aura of the other party gave him an extremely strange feeling. It was like a suppressed volcano. When it was restrained, it was inconspicuous, but once it erupted, it would be as terrifying as a startled swan. Hiding his strength? Or, Baizu muttered in his heart, but he still stood up the moment the other party appeared. He said, This must be old Mr. Zhou. What do you think of my suggestion, old sir? Since this old man wants to put these two items up for auction, I definitely want to get a good price for them. Since you have offered a price that satisfies me, I naturally have no objections. Mr. Zhou smiled. With a flip of his hand, two jade boxes appeared on the table. Please take a look. The 800-year-old blood ginseng and the holy spirit fruit are both here. Wishing Lane is very happy that the two of you have come to an agreement, but Shopkeeper Su's gaze fell on Ziyue and Mr. Zhou from the side. Don't worry. The commission I promised you will not be shortchanged. Mr. Zhou's voice was cold as he spoke. That's good, that's good. Shopkeeper Su nodded repeatedly, as if he didn't care about Mr. Zhou's attitude at all. Ziyue's gaze fell on the two jade boxes as soon as they appeared. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and opened the longer wooden box. A blood-red blood ginseng appeared in front of him. Its roots were about a meter long, and it looked somewhat like a human. His breathing quickened immediately. Mr. Zhou looked at Ziyue, who was close at hand. His eyes flickered slightly, but he eventually regained his composure. This is an 860-year-old blood ginseng. The Holy Spirit fruit is also of good quality. Ziyue looked away from the two spiritual materials and nodded approvingly. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spirit stones appeared on the table. 2 upper-grade spirit stones, 200 middle-grade spirit stones, and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. In total, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones are here. Upper-grade spirit stones. Shopkeeper Su's breath trembled as he stared at the 2 upper-grade spirit stones. They were sparkling and translucent. Just by sitting there, he could faintly feel a terrifying spiritual pressure. It was truly tempting. Even old Mr. Zhou was visibly moved. He did not expect Baizu to have such a good item as a superior spirit stone. One must know that upper-grade spirit stones not only had all the characteristics of low-grade and middle-grade spirit stones, but they also had many special functions. In terms of actual value, they were actually worth more than 10,000 spirit stones. Alchemist by You're straightforward. The items are yours. Mr. Zhou looked at Ziyue meaningfully, then pushed the 2 jade boxes towards Ziyue. With a wave of his hand, the 2 upper-grade spirit stones, 200 middle-grade spirit stones, and 5,000 low-grade spirit stones were stored in his storage bag. As for the remaining 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, they were obviously a cut for Rosy Lane. Mr. Zhou, Shopkeeper Su spoke hesitantly. Shopkeeper Su, don't think about what you shouldn't think about. The 5,000 low-grade spirit stones are all on the table. Old Mr. Zhou sneered. Bai Ziyue ignored the dispute between the two. After confirming the authenticity of the 2 spiritual materials once again, he took out 2 jade boxes from his storage pouch and placed the blood ginseng and the holy spirit fruit into them one after another. Only then did he say, "Since the deal is done, I will take my leave." Alchemist Bai is indeed cautious. Mr. Zhou looked at the jade boxes on the table and said coldly, "This is a habit I picked up when I was roaming the Jianghu. I've embarrassed myself in front of Mr. Zhou." Bai Ziyue smiled faintly and gave the other party a deep look. Alchemist Bai, take care. Shopkeeper Su hurriedly said, "Oh right, this is the invitation to the auction. Even though we don't have the blood ginseng and the holy spirit fruit, we still have some good items in the auction. I'm sure Alchemist Bai will be interested in them. In particular, there's an alchemy cauldron. It's a top-grade magic tool that can increase the success rate of refining pills. Is that so? Now I'll have to go take a look." Ziyue took the invitation and smiled. He nodded at Mr. Zhou and left. Of course, Ziyue didn't plan to participate in the auction 2 days later. Even though a top-grade magic tool alchemy cauldron was good, he already had a spirit tool alchemy cauldron. It was enough for him to use. Naturally, he wouldn't be tempted by an alchemy cauldron of a lower grade. However, even though he bought the spiritual materials he needed as expected, he didn't show much excitement on his face. Instead, his eyebrows were deeply furrowed, and he seemed somewhat uneasy. Immortal Art Enlightenment. With Ziyue's keen observation skills and his spiritual sense, which was far superior to that of ordinary 9th-layer qi condensation cultivators, he could faintly sense that something was wrong with Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou's strength wasn't as simple as the 9th-layer qi condensation that he revealed. He was in the aperture enlightening stage. Hiding his cultivation level isn't a big deal, but the feeling he gives me is very strange. I can faintly feel a bit of enmity and even a bit of anticipation. Why is that? Ziyue felt somewhat flustered and extremely uneasy. He was very clear that continuing to stay here was definitely not a wise decision. Therefore, he didn't hesitate. After stepping out of Rosy Lane, he went straight out of the market on remote Cloud Mountain. When he walked out of the area covered by the formation, he directly used the 100 steps wave-treading technique and rushed towards the Chaoyang sect. This time, he didn't care about the tens of thousands of spiritual energy entering his body. He walked on the steep but relatively stable mountain path. It seems that I've thought too much. It's much safer to be near the Chaoyang sect. Halfway there, Ziyue secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to slow down, the scene in front of him changed drastically. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Streaks of gray light suddenly rose. It was like a huge cage that covered the sky and covered the clouds, completely enveloping him. The positive and negative 5 elements trap formation. Who's there? Ziyue turned pale with fright. Almost as if it was a conditioned reflex, his spiritual energy surged. A small golden sword turned into a stream of light and quickly bombarded the formation. The Chaoyang swordsmanship. The perfect Chaoyang swordsmanship, coupled with Ziyue's high-grade magical weapon, the golden light sword, and especially the spiritual energy in his body, which was condensed to the extreme and almost completely liquefied, made the power of his sword far exceed the limit of the power that an ordinary level 9 Qi refining cultivator could exert with a top-grade magical weapon. This sword strike was extremely fast. It's useless. Even an aperture enlightening stage cultivator would have to put in a lot of effort to break the positive-negative 5 elements trap formation. It's not something that a level 9 Qi refining cultivator like you can break. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Boom! A loud explosion. The The flying sword ruthlessly pierced the formation. The thick layer of the formation shook violently. Spiritual light surged, and it looked like it was about to collapse. So strong? At that instant, the voice sounded doubtful. Following it, a faint purple gourd flew out from the gourd in the form of a ray of light. Following it, an icy aura surged out from the gourd and poured in by Zu's direction. It was a high-grade magical weapon, the Ice Gourd. Chapter 291. It's you. Zu's heart skipped a beat. Almost instantly, he recognized the identity of the celestial artifact's owner. It was Su Jixuan, a disciple of the Tao Attainment sect. Even though they had only known each other for a short while, the celestial artifact that Su Jixuan used had left a deep impression on him. However, he did not have any personal grudges against Su Jixuan. He could not understand why Su Jixuan would attack him. Humph! Su Jixuan snorted coldly. The cold air in the ice gourd seemed to cover the sky and the earth. The extreme cold caused the flowers and trees within the range of the cold air to turn into ice sculptures. Then they were crushed by the power. Bang! It was as if a snowy mountain had collapsed and was crushed into ice shards. Zuf focused. A scorching flame had already risen from his body. It was as if lava from a volcano that had accumulated for thousands of years deep underground was violently spewing out under the crushing of the Earth's crust. Boom! Magic art, Earth Core Flame Technique. Almost in an instant, the surging and terrifying power of the flame directly expelled the cold air. It continued to spread and quickly rushed to the ice gourd, enveloping the entire ice gourd. The scorching flame seemed to be able to burn everything. The ice gourd wantonly released cold air continuously. It wanted to resist, but it was completely useless. Bang! 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 The sound of the celestial artifact restriction being burned and broken was heard. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual light on the ice gourd decreased greatly. Then, it degenerated into a middle-grade celestial artifact and a lower-grade celestial artifact. Boom! With a loud bang, the ice gourd suddenly burst open and exploded. Su Jixuan immediately let out a miserable cry when the celestial artifact was destroyed. He said in horror, "What kind of magic art is this? How can it be so strong?" At the same time, Zu's second sword attack was immediately launched. The golden light sword was like a flowing light. It shot out again and fiercely hit the 5 elements trap formation. No matter what, he had to rush out of the trap formation as soon as possible so that he could know what was happening outside. Trash. Suddenly, a familiar and deep voice came from afar. The moment the word thing was spoken, Zus saw a 7-foot-long green bamboo sword suddenly fall from outside the formation and slash at his golden light sword. This slash was truly fast to the extreme. Clang! Zuf felt a sharp pain in his mind. His consciousness on the golden light sword was immediately scattered. When he looked over, he saw that the golden light sword had been cut in two. Not good. Zuf's heart sank, and he immediately became anxious. The Xiantian true qi in his body and the extremely condensed spiritual power quickly merged together, and he hurriedly struck out with his palm. It is indeed the grand, immortal martial palm. He has actually cultivated it to such a profound level. Amidst the bewildered cries, the azure bamboo sword continued to descend without stopping. "It is indeed you. I knew that you were harboring ill intentions toward me." Zuf finally recognized the identity of the person who had come. It was actually Mr. Zhou, who had made a deal with him before. When he thought of Mr. Zhou's identity as an immortal martial art, his heart beat rapidly. Under the strong sense of danger, Zuf quickly circulated his Xiantian true qi, and the protective golden light of the invincible golden body technique rose from his body. At the same time, as his spiritual power surged, a transparent and tenacious spiritual light appeared on the golden light outside his body. Magic art, spiritual light shield technique. Actually, I don't have any ill intentions. However, The grand immortal martial palm that you have mastered is one of the lost inheritances of my sect. I hope that you can return it. In addition, the heavenly divination mirror should be with you. This magic treasure is also a lost treasure of my sect. As long as you can return it to its original state, I will naturally let you go. As Mr. Zhou finished speaking, the azure bamboo sword ruthlessly pierced Ziyue's grand immortal martial palm. Boom! The huge and majestic grand immortal martial palm was extremely condensed. However, under the piercing of the azure bamboo sword, it was completely penetrated. Under the torrent of power, it dissipated into nothingness. However, this attack had ultimately exhausted the power of the azure bamboo sword, causing it to return without any effect. As expected of the grand immortal martial palm, its power is unparalleled. Old Mr. Zhou praised and pointed at the green bamboo sword again. However, at this moment, Ziyue's counterattack finally began. Unknowingly, a large stack of talismans had appeared on his palm. Without any hesitation, this large stack of talismans was activated by him. The Thousand Mountains Ice Blade Conversion Talismans, Lightning Fall Conversion Talismans, Geocentric Fire Conversion Talismans turned into countless ice blades, lightning bolts, fire, and spiritual lights that wantonly fell on the light of the formation. Boom, boom, boom. Although the thick barrier of the formation could withstand an all-out attack from an enlightened immortal master, it could not withstand the continuous bombardment of more than 10 powerful talismans. It could not withstand the continuous bombardment of more than 10 powerful talismans. At this moment, the power of the talismans was still abundant. As they wreaked havoc, they continued to spread. Almost in the blink of an eye, they fell on the two figures that appeared in front of Ziyue as the formation shattered. Sect leader, save me. Lu Zixuan turned pale with fright. As he flew backward, he hurriedly took out a defensive shield. However, it was only a middle-grade magic weapon shield. Obviously, it could not withstand the terrifying bombardment of the Thunderfall technique. In an instant, it collapsed. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a pale green light fell on his body, blocking the attack that was spreading towards him. Sect leader, you are Zhou Qing, the sect leader of the Tao Accomplishment sect? Ziyue's gaze fell on the old man, who was calmly controlling a pearl. The pearl emitted a sparkling light and blocked all the talisman attacks. His expression changed. The sect leader of the Taoist sect was a sect leader. Although he had not reached the enlightened divine realm, he was still a powerhouse at the peak of the enlightened aperture realm. He really did not expect that the sect leader would value him so much. The sect leader had silently lurked near the Chaoyang sect and personally attacked him. Without waiting for the sect leader's reply, Ziyue had already pinched a pale purple pearl in his hand. Spiritual power surged, and in an instant, it shot toward the void above. In an instant, the pearl soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it streaked across the sky and appeared in the void above a few hundred feet high. Boom! An explosion shook the void. Then, an endless purple light shone in the sky. Even from tens of miles away, it could be seen clearly. A purple light pearl to call for help. Even if Yue was confident that his strength was not weaker than an ordinary enlightened immortal master, he knew very well that he was no match for Zhou Qing, who had reached the peak of the enlightened aperture realm. Moreover, Zhou Qing was a sect leader. His strength was extremely profound and terrifying. He was even stronger than an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the enlightened aperture realm. Therefore, when he broke the 5 elements trap formation and discovered the identity of the other party, he immediately activated the purple light bead that was distributed by the Chaoyang sect. Oh no, I have to end this quickly and capture Ziyue as soon as possible. If I can't do it, I can only kill him. Zhou Qing's expression changed, but he was also very decisive. A strong spiritual pressure instantly rose. Under the control of his divine sense, the green bamboo sword trembled slightly and immediately turned into a flowing light and shot out. The moment the purple luminous pearl was shot out, Bai Ziyue didn't dare to hesitate at all. The innate qi in his body instantly reversed and rushed upwards. Bang! 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 His body suddenly expanded and grew taller. In the blink of an eye, he was more than twice as tall as a small giant. His body was filled with incomparably violent energy. Under the suppression of the terrifying aura, it was as if a fiend god had descended to the world. Grand Essence Ignition Technique. At this moment, Ziyue was really going all out. He used the Grand Essence Ignition Technique, which was a martial artist desperation technique. Once this desperate technique was used, it would often hurt the user before hurting the opponent. Most importantly, an early-stage Khanate realm martial artist could only use this technique for 7 breaths of time. Once 7 breaths of time passed, the Khanate genuine chi would burn the martial artist's chi, blood, and life force. In just 3 breaths of time, the martial artist's life force would be exhausted and he would die from exhaustion. Facing Zhou Qing, who was at the peak of the enlightened aperture realm, Ziyue did not dare to have the slightest bit of luck. He directly used this desperate technique. Then he turned and ran. He escaped. If he continued to fight, the consequences would be unpredictable. Naturally, he wanted to escape. I've already sent out the purple luminous pearl. There must be someone in the enlightened aperture realm or above from the Chaoyang sect rushing over. Generally speaking, the first to arrive would be experts at the late-stage enlightened aperture realm or above. With the escape techniques of such experts, it would take them about 60 breaths to arrive here from the Chaoyang sect. 60 breaths, which means that I need to hold on for at least 60 breaths. Spiritual light flickered on Ziyue's body as he used the 100 steps wave treading technique, 7 stars chasing moon, various spells, and movement techniques. In addition to the desperate technique, the Grand Essence Ignition technique, his strength and speed soared, reaching the peak of what he could reach at this moment. His footsteps dashed through the mountain forest at an extremely fast speed. Even though he was stepping in the air and was 5 or 6 meters above the ground, the violent chi energy was still incomparably ferocious. Under the pressure of his chi, the small trees and plants were all turned into sawdust and scattered in the air. You can't escape. Zhou Qing snorted coldly. Like a flickering light and passing shadow, he chased after Ziyue at an extremely fast speed. The green bamboo sword was even faster, like a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above Ziyue's head and slashed down. Ziyue's eyelids twitched. Under the threat of death, he hurriedly took out a bunch of talismans from his storage bag. Then, he crushed them with his spiritual power and activated them regardless of what kind of talisman they were. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning flashed, ice blades fell like rain, and even fire raged. Under the endless flashes of spiritual light, it was really like fireworks filling the sky. It was incomparably bright. However, although the talismans were powerful, they were too scattered. The power that fell on the green bamboo sword was even more limited. The green bamboo sword shone brightly. No matter how the talismans collided, it did not stop and slash down. At this moment, Chapter 292. Just at this moment, a pale white light silently shot out and directly landed on the green light sword that was chopping down at an extremely fast speed. Sizzle. The green light sword, which was like a thunderbolt, paused and slowed down slightly. At the same time, a light blue flame that was a perfect fusion of cold and hot rose up leisurely. Just as the speed of the green bamboo sword was slowing down, it blasted onto the sword. Boom! The flame exploded and seemed to be able to freeze the space and burn everything. Under the continuous attack of the cold and hot, the green bamboo sword's spiritual light flickered and quickly dimmed. At this moment, it was by Ziyue who had cast 2 spells. Treasure Stabilizing Divine Light. Ice Flame. By Ziyue finally managed to block his opponent's sword. He relaxed a little, but he did not dare to slow down. He continued to move forward, stepping on the void and dashing away at an extremely fast speed. Treasure Stabilizing Divine Light seems to have reached the entry level. While escaping, Ziyue also noticed that the Treasure Stabilizing Divine Light that he had mastered had reached the entry level at this moment. Although he had already cultivated this spell to the level of uninitiated 99%, it could break through the entry level and officially reach the entry level at any time. But at this moment, when the crisis broke out, he was able to reach the entry level smoothly, which made him happy for a moment. In such a dangerous moment, any improvement would have a completely different meaning. It could even be a matter of life and death. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, his gaze fell on the attribute panel. Spend 140,000 spiritual energy to upgrade the treasure stabilizing divine light to perfection. Upgrade. Since he had decided, he did not hesitate and chose to upgrade. Even at the moment when he chose to upgrade, his mind was absent-minded for a moment. But his body still moved according to inertia, and his speed was not affected at all. Almost in the blink of an eye, he received all the cultivation information about the treasure-stabilizing divine light and upgraded it to perfection. He had completely mastered it and mastered it. You are still a mantis, trying to stop a chariot and struggling for life and death. Let's see how long you can last. Zhou Qing snorted. Naturally, he could see that Ziyue had already put his life on the line. He knew that although this method could unleash his potential and greatly increase his strength, and speed, it wouldn't last for long. 10 breaths was already the limit. At that moment, 3 breaths had passed since the other party had used the potential secret technique. His figure moved like a ghost. His speed was so fast that he was even faster than Ziyue, who had unleashed all his potential. The distance between the two of them was gradually closing. Die. Zhou Qing's eyes were icy cold. He knew that he didn't have much time left, so he didn't want any problems to arise. With a light tap of his hand, the green bamboo sword transformed into a graceful swan and flew away. At the same time, the celestial origin energy in his body disappeared like flowing water. Suddenly, a transparent blade light appeared in the void as the wind and clouds surged in the sky. Spell, Wind Blade Rain Technique. The rain-like wind blades swept over in an instant. What a fast speed, what a powerful technique. Ziyue's heart pounded, and his scalp felt numb as if it had been electrocuted. Just as he was about to react, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation of spiritual qi in front of him. Then, a square seal instantly enlarged and turned into the size of a small mountain, falling directly toward him. Go back. At that moment, Gong Fei appeared. In order to prevent the situation of missing the kill like before, he and Su Jixuan split up and set up array formations on 2 different paths. After realizing that Ziyue was taking Su Jixuan's path, he immediately put away the array formations and rushed over. Finally, at the critical moment, he blocked in front of Ziyue. Then, without thinking, he directly took out his Dharma artifact, the 5-element square seal. You're courting death. Ziyue's eyes darkened. Under his anger, they turned into endless coldness. Therefore, his hand sank, and suddenly, a pitch-black long saber appeared in his hand. He instinctively slashed out. The saber light flashed past like lightning and landed directly on the 5-element square seal. God Vanquishing Saber Technique. Puff. As if there was no resistance, the 5-element square seal, which was a high-grade Dharma artifact, was directly cut in half. The saber light's remaining power did not decrease. It directly landed on the ground in front of Gong Fei, leaving a saber mark more than 20 feet long. Ah, Gong Fei screamed. Although he was lucky enough to avoid the saber light, the Dharma artifact that he had painstakingly refined had been destroyed, causing his mind to be injured. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that he realized that Ziyue was not only a level 9 Qi refining cultivator, but also a martial artist. A Khanate realm martial artist. His heart trembled, and his face turned pale. Just as he was about to dodge the saber light, he suddenly felt an incomparable pain in his mind. It was as if a sparkling and translucent porcelain had suddenly suffered a heavy blow and shattered. Qi, as if an incomparably long time had passed, but also as if it was only a moment. Gong Fei suddenly felt that his consciousness was rapidly dissipating and all of his senses fell into incomparable darkness. He did not even realize what the reason was. His breathing had already stopped, and his soul had scattered. Dead. Spiritual energy plus 7954. Ziyue's face was expressionless. He was not at all surprised by this result. Even if Gong Fei had dodged the long saber of his god-vanquishing saber technique, he still could not avoid the soul-shaking stab. With his current spiritual strength, the soul-shaking stab was naturally extremely powerful. It was not something that a level 7 Qi refining cultivator could block. It was normal for him to die. It was strange for him not to die. However, Gong Fei's appearance in the end still affected his speed. At this moment, the attack of the sect leader of the Dao Accomplishment sect, Zhou Qing, had finally closed in, enveloping him in all directions. He could not dodge it. Ziyue's eyes twitched wildly. He immediately made a decision in his heart. Counterattack. He must counterattack. Otherwise, he would inevitably fall into a passive state, unable to turn the situation around. As time passed, his outcome would definitely be worrisome. Thus, he suddenly turned around and silently cast a spell to meet the green bamboo sword that was slashing down at an extremely fast speed. Treasure Stabilizing Divine Light. The perfect level of the Treasure Stabilizing Divine Light's ability to stabilize treasures was far more powerful than before. Even though the green bamboo sword was unparalleled and its sword was as fast as lightning, it was still enveloped by the divine light. It paused for at least a third of a breath's time before it broke free. It was this third of a breath's time that gave Ziyue the crucial time. Xiantian, true qi, and spiritual energy merged like dazzling lights. In the blink of an eye, they evolved into a dazzling divine light. Then, he struck out with his palm. Endless mysteries were crushed from his palm. In the vast and mighty palm, it was as if it could suppress everything. Great immortal martial handprint. The green bamboo sword, which had just broken free, did not have time to exert its strength. It was directly knocked away by the great immortal martial handprint. Then, the great immortal martial handprint did not lose its momentum. Like a hand covering the sky, it rushed toward the falling wind sabers like raindrops. Puff, puff, puff. Countless wind sabers fell, but they were all blocked by the great immortal martial handprint. There was not a single wind saber that could fall through the great immortal martial handprint and land on Ziyue's body. After consecutively attacking, Ziyue's energy was greatly depleted, especially when he used the great immortal martial art. The Xiantian true qi in his body was rapidly evaporating. However, Ziyue did not seem to feel the exhaustion at all. He continued to move forward, closing in on Zhou Qing. The long saber in his hand slashed down at the first instant. With a slash of the saber, the wind and lightning dissipated. The void seemed to have been split into two, and there was an obvious ripple. "You're courting death," Zhou Qing coldly snorted. He was not the least bit moved by the death of his disciple. A treasure pearl automatically flew out, and a transparent treasure light appeared, enveloping him. Ziyue did not answer. Suddenly, a book-like treasure rushed out from his body. It was the treasure of the immortal martial sect that Zhou Qing had been thinking about all this time, the Zhou Tianyan magic mirror. The Zhou Tianyan magic mirror transformed into a stream of light, floating in the air as it flipped to the first page. A faint blue flame appeared, alternating between hot and cold. It seemed to be silent, but it was filled with an aura of destruction. In the blink of an eye, the Zhou Tianyan magic mirror flipped to the second page. A light blue flame rose, and the second flame had already silently rushed out. Then the third page, the fourth page, the fifth page, all the way until the 12th page. The entire Zhou Tianyan magic mirror was flipped. A total of 12 pale blue flames flew out, instantly forming into a lotus-like ice flame. Majestically, it blasted out with a bang. Zhou Tianyan magic mirror. Zhou Qing's eyes shone with a fiery light, but his heart was pounding. He knew how powerful this attack was. He did not dare to be careless. His spiritual sense surged, and his origin energy was rapidly depleted. A layer of glass-like light directly penetrated his body. One of the three ultimate arts of the immortal martial sect, the immortal martial glazed light. Boom! With a loud bang, the saber light landed on the treasure light condensed by the pearl. After a slight pause, the treasure light quickly dimmed, but it still blocked Ziyue's full-powered saber strike. However, in the next moment, a total of 12 lotus flowers formed by the ice flames had already crashed down. Boom! 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 It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking. The treasure light that appeared on the pearl was extremely dim the moment the ice flames landed, becoming dark and gloomy. Pop! A faint crisp sound rang out. The defensive light that shot out from the pearl was directly shattered. The 12 ice flames did not seem to have been depleted much, and all of them landed on the immortal treasure glazed light. Cold and hot alternated, and the power was shocking. Under this attack, Ziyue had a feeling that even the defensive spell cast by a master in the middle or late stage of the Aperture Awakening realm would be easily shattered, let alone someone in the early stage of the Aperture Opening realm. Strong, strong, strong. The 12 ice flames merged together, and the power was actually on another level. Chapter 293. This attack. It was comparable to the full force attack of a late-stage, enlightened, immortal master. However, Zhou Qing's strength wasn't just at the late-stage, enlightened immortal master. He was the leader of a sect and was at the peak of the enlightened immortal master. The spell he used now wasn't an ordinary spell. It was one of the three ultimate techniques of the immortal martial sect, the strongest defensive spell of the Tao realization sect, the immortal martial glazed light. The 12 eyes flame lotus platforms collided with the seemingly thin immortal martial glazed light. It was like an egg hitting a rock, quickly disappearing. When the ice flame dissipated, the immortal martial glazed light only dimmed slightly. It wasn't broken at all. Ziyue's expression changed. Even though he already knew that his opponent was strong, when he faced it in real life, the endless terror and helplessness still made him fearful. However, at this point, he had no way out. The only thing he could do was to hold on for 60 breaths of time until the Chaoyang sect came to his rescue. At this point, only 9 breaths had passed. There were still 51 breaths left. At this point, because he used the grand igniting technique, the Xiantian true qi in his body had already been used up. However, because of the support of the spiritual energy in the attribute panel, his Xiantian true qi and spiritual energy seemed to be continuously replenished. Of course, following that, the amount of spiritual energy in his body decreased rapidly. Almost every breath, 10,000 points of spiritual energy were evaporated. Fortunately, he still had enough spiritual energy. Even though he used 140,000 points to upgrade the treasure stabilizing light, he still had 860,000 points left. It was enough to support him. As this thought flashed through his mind, Ziyue's expression didn't change. He once again raised his Xiantian true qi and slashed out with his long saber. God-vanquishing saber technique. At the same time, his psychic power began to fluctuate violently. Spiritual power began to surge like a torrential river, rapidly pouring into his body. A light blue ice flame condensed in the air and shot towards Zhou Qing. A death struggle? Then I'll grant you your wish. Zhou Qing opened his eyes, ignoring Ziyue's attack. As the terrifying aura spread out, with a thought, the green bamboo sword turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards him. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and took out a small green flag. He waved it slightly, and in an instant, 3 green wolves roared and rushed out. Facing the green bamboo sword, Ziyue casually shot out a ray of treasure, stabilizing divine light. Then, he raised his palm and slapped it out fiercely. Grand immortal martial palm. Ziyue didn't even bother to look at the result of his attack. He reached out his hand and took out a black banner. With a shake of the banner, countless primary souls turned into terrifying phantoms and charged at the 3 green wolves. These 3 green wolves were refined from the souls of psychic beasts that had been killed. Although they were no longer at their peak, they still possessed the battle prowess of an early Greater Heaven stage martial artist. However, Ziyue's soul converging banner had already reached the level of a top magic weapon after his refinement. The upper limit of the 81 primary souls had also been raised. After he bought the soul-locking pearl and devoured it, all of them had reached the level of internal force martial artist, which was the level of ghosts. 81 primary souls, which were equivalent to malicious ghosts, appeared. In-chi spread out in a vast and mighty manner, as if covering the sky and covering the earth. They collided with the 3 green wolves. Although they were at a disadvantage, they were still able to hold on and didn't lose immediately. On the other side, Zhou Qing naturally wouldn't make the same mistake again after suffering the same loss once. At the moment when the treasure-stabilizing divine light was about to fall on the green bamboo sword, the green bamboo sword suddenly turned and flashed away, directly dodging the attack. Then, like a flash of lightning, it directly pierced the grand, immortal martial palm. In the blink of an eye, the green bamboo sword had already pierced through and arrived above Ziyue's head. It slashed down fiercely like a hot knife through butter. Boom! The spiritual light shield shattered in the blink of an eye. The protective golden light of Ziyue's invincible golden body technique trembled violently and quickly dimmed, but in the end, it didn't do anything. The power of the grand immortal martial palm was extraordinary. In the end, it blocked most of the power of the green bamboo sword. In addition to the protection of the protective golden light, he finally blocked this terrifying attack. Again, Bai Ziyue's mind relaxed, and his eyes instantly became crazed. With a touch of his hand, he took out another stack of talismans. This stack of talismans was all he had. Without any hesitation, countless talismans were activated. Boom, boom, boom. Countless lightning bolts, ice blades, and flames stirred the boundless wind and clouds, quickly rushed toward Zhou Qing. It's useless. You will definitely die today. Zhou Qing allowed the talismans to attack him. Whether it was lightning bolts, ice blades, or flames, none of them could shake the immortal martial glazed light on his body. The immortal martial technique, the immortal martial true body, and the immortal martial glazed light really made his defense like a tortoise's shell. It was definitely not something that ordinary people could shake. One had to know that when these 3 techniques were combined and cultivated to a certain level, they could be comparable to a divine spell. How could a divine spell's defense be broken by some first-grade talismans? Even though the first-grade talismans were very powerful and were not any weaker than the second-grade talismans, Zhou Qing still couldn't break through them. After saying that, the origin energy in Zhou Qing's body surged. He reached out his hand and tapped lightly in front of him. The green bamboo sword shot out again and slashed down like a bolt of lightning. Moreover, silently, his eyes opened and a shapeless divine light suddenly rushed out from between his eyebrows. Divine Sense Attack Spell, Malevolent Star Soul Devouring Technique. Ziyue slapped out again and slightly depleted the attack of the green bamboo sword. Then he took out another Dharma artifact. It was a top-grade Dharma artifact, the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. The Golden Light Sword was destroyed. Other than the auxiliary, Zhou, Tianyan Magic Mirror, and Alchemy Furnace, he was only left with the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. The Seal of Mountains and Rivers turned into a small mountain and faced the green bamboo sword. It trembled violently and flew back. The green bamboo sword returned without any effect again. Ziyue also took this opportunity to perform the Divine Light Shield technique and support the Golden Light Shield again. Suddenly, an indescribably horrifying and terrifying feeling arose. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. Almost instinctively, he used the stupefying Divine Spike. As soon as the stupefying Divine Spike rushed out of his body, it immediately collided with Zhou Qing's Heaven Fiend Soul Devouring Technique. Sizzle. Under the collision of the 2 spiritual attacks, they quickly canceled each other out. In the end, Zhou Qing's strength was still stronger, and the Heaven Fiend Soul Devouring Technique was better. After consuming half of its power, it immediately entered Ziyue's body. Buzz. In an instant, Zue felt a boundless pain in his mind. Under this intense pain, his spiritual strength, will, and consciousness seemed to be washed away. His eyes turned black, and all his senses disappeared. His thoughts came to a standstill. Am I going to die? Just as this terrifying thought surfaced in his mind, he suddenly felt two lights. They were like two natural portals located at the top and bottom of his body. Portals? What's that? Baizue's consciousness quickly condensed as if he was blessed with good fortune. He touched the two lights respectively. Boom! Boom! It was as if two new worlds had been opened. In an instant, he felt the difference. The pain in his mind eased in an instant and quickly recovered. His perception of heaven and earth, the wonders of the use of magic, and all kinds of insights quickly appeared in his mind. It was as if the entire world had undergone an inexplicable change. To him, it was no longer the same. The two skills of heaven and earth. These are the two apertures of heaven and earth. Baizu was overjoyed. He suddenly had an epiphany. He knew that this was what Ma Chengfu and Zhu Shuixian had said before. As long as he understood the positions of these two apertures, he could naturally break through and step into the enlightening aperture realm, the apertures of heaven and earth. I didn't expect this fierce battle to be a blessing in disguise. I've comprehended the two apertures of heaven and earth. From now on, the barrier from the Qi refinement realm to the enlightening realm is no longer a problem for me. I don't even need a bottleneck-breaking pill or an enlightening pill. I can naturally break through the barrier and step into a new realm to become an enlightening, immortal master. It was only now that Ziyue's mind recovered and he woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the green bamboo sword was already above his head. His thoughts stopped. It seemed like a long time to comprehend the two apertures of heaven and earth, but in fact, it only took 1,000th of a second. Danger once again descended. Even though Ziyue had not officially broken through and stepped into the enlightening realm, he was no longer as panicked as before. A pale white light shot up into the sky. A ball of ice flame suddenly rose into the air. A saber light flashed like a black waterfall and disappeared. Treasure stabilizing divine light. Ice flame technique. God vanquishing saber technique. Buzz. The green bamboo sword stopped and was soon enveloped by the ice flame. As its spiritual energy was constantly consumed, the saber light had already descended and slashed fiercely on the sword. Clang! With a crisp sound, the green bamboo sword was sent flying and rolled back. At this moment, the power of Ziyue's various Dharma spells did not seem to have changed much, but the combination of various Dharma spells and the casting speed had increased greatly. His thoughts had already reached a certain limit. His spiritual consciousness was actually not weaker than that of an enlightening immortal master. What he lacked was the replenishment of his spiritual energy and the transformation of his spiritual energy. Why is he still alive? Zhou Qing's face was full of shock. He was extremely surprised by Ziyue's tenacity. Those Dharma spells and methods were endless, like a cockroach that could not be killed. Even if Zhou Qing's strength was far greater than Ziyue's, he still could not kill him. However, other than that, what surprised him even more was that Zhou Qing's connate true qi and spiritual energy seemed to be a little too abundant. One had to know that he could clearly sense that Ziyue was currently in the state of burning his primordial qi. Logically speaking, Zhou Qing's connate true qi and spiritual energy could at most last for 10 breaths of time. However, at this moment, 15 breaths had already passed, but Zhou Qing's life force was still as vigorous as before, and he could even cast so many Dharma spell attacks. It was really unbelievable. Chapter 294. In a mountain forest, the void trembled and a strong wind swept out. A loud sound echoed for several miles. Under the pressure of the violent aura, the mountain rocks shook and the soil cracked, and a landslide came down. Occasionally, there would be terrifying flames and lightning sputtering out, landing on the trees and the ground. In the blink of an eye, the trees would collapse and burn. Even the sturdy rocks would be shattered, burned, and turned into surging lava that flowed down. Boom! Terrifying spells and sword sounds exploded in the sky. Under the raging destruction, the void kept twisting and twisting. Any ordinary creature that approached would be torn to pieces. Who are they? This mountain road was one of the roads that one had to pass to get to the market of Yinshao Mountain from the Chaoyang sect. Many disciples of the Chaoyang sect came and went every day. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by. They stood in the distance, feeling agitated and inexplicably shocked. A kind of fear involuntarily grew in them. They wanted to leave as soon as possible, but were attracted by the fierce battle. They were rooted to the ground and did not move. It was not that they had never seen a battle at the level of an enlightened immortal master, but it was very rare to see such a fierce and powerful battle. This was especially true for one of the figures. Although he was at a disadvantage and his strength and aura were completely suppressed, he was incomparably violent. All kinds of magic spells poured out like a torrential flood, dazzling them and causing them to be filled with admiration. Ziyue, how can he be so strong? Su Jixuan stood at the edge of the battlefield. The shock in his heart was like rolling waves that swept over continuously. Early stage Khanate realm, 9th level Qi refinement realm. Actually, this level of strength was not beyond his expectations. When he first met Ziyue, he knew that his immortal technique was at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. He also vaguely felt that his martial Dao strength was not weak. However, when he and Gong Fei reported this matter and the sect master decided to do it himself, he was not worried at all. A peak enlightened realm powerhouse dealing with a 9th level Qi refinement realm cultivator who was at most in the early stage of the Khanate realm would definitely be a piece of cake for them. They could easily take down and kill him. However, the development of the situation was completely out of his expectations. The expected crushing did not occur. Instead, a stalemate gradually took place on the battlefield. A stalemate? Since when could a 9th level Qi refining cultivator, an early greater heaven stage martial artist, block the attack of a peak aperture enlightening stage martial artist? But everything in front of him proved this point. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths as time passed. Didn't care about the consumption of energy. Magic spells whistled out one after another. Ice Flame Technique, Treasure Stabilizing Divine Light, Grand Immortal Martial Palm, God Vanquishing Saber Technique, Thunderfall Technique, Geocentric Flame Technique. Zhang Xian executed all sorts of means at once, and it felt as if a torrential storm was raining down on him. At this moment, Ziyue was fighting like a madman. The spiritual energy in his body seemed to be endless. Spells were blasted out one after another, fighting attacks with attacks. He desperately collided with Zhou Qing's attacks, blocking them, and then wearing them down. This caused the opponent's attacks to be unable to land on his body. Precise control, exchanging blows, and wearing down each other. From an outsider's point of view, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched, and the battle was very exciting. However, only Ziyue himself knew that this was actually a kind of helplessness. Regardless of whether it was the Ice Flame Technique, the Great Immortal Martial Handprint, or the God-Vanquishing Saber Technique, he couldn't block Zhou Qing's sword at all. Therefore, he could only attack crazily. 2 or 3 magic spells and martial arts blasted out at the same time. Only then could he block and repel the opponent's attacks. It was only by chance that an attack would land on the other party's defensive light. However, when his attack fell on the opponent's body, there was no threat at all. The top defensive magic spell, the Immortal Martial Glazed Light, was unshakable like an ancient Buddha. It's been 30 breaths. What kind of monster is he? Could it be that his spiritual energy won't dry up? Zhou Qing's face was incomparably gloomy. He even felt that it was ridiculous to face an expert of the same level. The opponent's level and strength were indeed not strong. Although the attack methods were unique, they were not much of a threat to him. However, when the opponent attacked, the continuous momentum really surprised him. Could it be that he had some kind of treasure on him that could continuously supply spiritual energy? His heart was burning, but he was also secretly anxious. Moreover, as time passed, a sense of helplessness gradually emerged in his heart. There was not enough time. Who is it? How dare you behave so atrociously in my Chuyang sect? At the same time, a thunderous roar could be heard. From afar, a somewhat fat figure could be seen stepping on a small flying knife. As it swayed, it rushed over rapidly. Oh no, it's Lu Yupeng, the flying knife Taoist from the Chuyang sect. How did he get here so quickly? Zhou Qing's expression changed. His anxiety became more obvious, and a trace of hesitation flashed across his eyes. If he had met Lu Yupeng under normal circumstances, he would not have had the slightest fear. Although Lu Yupeng was also a cultivator at the peak of the aperture in Lightning Realm, he could not break through his celestial martial glazed light. However, at this moment, they were at the foot of the mountain gate of the Chuyang sect. If a fight broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm saved! Ziyue was overjoyed, and his attacks became even more frenzied. In the face of such a powerful existence like Zhou Qing, he did not dare to relax at all. He did not want to fail miserably at such an easy task. Extreme joy begets sorrow, and he did not want that to happen to him. Therefore, streaks of ice flame technique danced in the sky. Streaks of immortal martial handprints swept up boundless wind and waves, and slapped out in an overwhelming manner. Boom, boom, boom. You're lucky. Sensing that the flying blade Taoist was getting closer and closer, and knowing that it would be difficult for him to really finish off Ziyue and snatch the Zhou Tunyan Dharma mirror in a short period of time. Therefore, Zhou Qing gritted his teeth. In the end, he gave Ziyue a deep look unwillingly. With a shake of his body, he turned into a blurry shadow and flew rapidly towards Su Jixuan. Without any pause, he reached out and grabbed Su Jixuan's clothes. However, the green bamboo sword had already flashed past and landed on his feet. Swish! The void trembled, but Zhou Qing's divine movement had already cut across the sky and quickly disappeared into the dense forest. It's finally over. It was only then that Ziyue heaved a long sigh of relief and stopped attacking. This time, he was really going all out. Finally, he had stalled for time and waited for rescue. Then, he hurriedly stopped the continuous operation of the burning essence technique. That seething and violent aura finally gradually calmed down. His originally tall and swollen body also returned to its original appearance. After relaxing his taut heartstrings, Ziyue felt that his entire body was limp and weak. His spiritual power, which had recovered to its peak after suddenly comprehending the heaven and earth acupoints, was almost exhausted. He saw stars and felt dizzy. As expected, even if the burning essence technique only consumes the connate true qi and spiritual power converted from spiritual power, it still caused some uncontrollable damage to my body under the influence of that violent power. My meridians, flesh, and blood have all been damaged to varying degrees. After being tensed up for a long time, my essence, qi, and spirit have all been damaged to a certain extent. Although it's not too serious, it still needs a few days of recuperation to fully recover. Ziyue felt the state of his body slightly. He couldn't help but sigh. Moreover, the burning essence technique was used for 39 breaths. Under the continuous supply of spiritual power, my spiritual power actually evaporated. His gaze immediately fell on his attribute panel. Then, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Only 270,000 points left? He felt a pain in his heart. Originally, he had 840,000 points of spiritual power left. Now, he only had 370,000 points left. This was equivalent to him using a total of 570,000 points during this period of time. But thinking about it, it was normal. Originally, to maintain the burning essence technique, he needed to consume 10,000 points of spiritual power per breath. Coupled with his crazy attacks, his spiritual power and connate true qi were constantly consumed. Naturally, the consumption of spiritual power also increased dramatically. Fortunately, I didn't come out empty-handed from this battle. At least because of this, I finally comprehended the most important secret between the ninth level of the Qi refinement realm and the aperture awakening realm, the specific location of the heaven and earth acupoints. In this way, I no longer have any obstacles to breaking through to the aperture awakening realm. As long as I have this abundant spiritual power, I can naturally break through if I cultivate step by step. He couldn't help but immerse his mind and feel the two acupoints in his body. After exhausting them, they were like two stars in the endless darkness, incomparably clear. It made him feel a sense of comfort in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh! The wind whistled, and the fat figure quickly landed. He looked at Ziyue and said, "What's the matter? Who did this to you?" After he asked the question, a few more figures quickly approached them at lightning speed. Among them were Ma Chengfu and Zhu Shuaizhen, whom he had met once before. "It's you, Mount Ziyue, what's the matter?" Ma Chengfu and Zhu Shuaizhen spoke one after another and asked, "Thank you, seniors of the sects, for coming. I, Ziyue, am eternally grateful. As for this matter, it's the people of the Tao Attainment sect who tried to kill me." Ziyue didn't hesitate. He knew that he couldn't hide it at all, so he spoke directly. The Tao Attainment sect? Everyone was shocked. Then, a look of doubt appeared in their eyes. They asked, "The Tao Attainment sect is an immortal cultivation sect. Although its power is second-rate, it can be considered to have an orderly inheritance. Why did they attack you? Moreover, although the person who attacked you was a little far away and didn't recognize him, his aura and strength were very strong." As he spoke, everyone's eyes couldn't help but be suspicious. Chapter 295. How could a level 9 Qi refining stage cultivator provoke the Tao accomplishment sect to attack him? Moreover, the one who attacked was an immortal master who was not weak in the aperture enlightening state. Do you know who attacked him? The flying dagger Taoist Lu Yupeng asked. Bai Ziyue's gaze swept across everyone's faces. He guessed that they might not have recognized the true identity of the person who attacked. His mind raced, and he knew that Zhou Qing must have disguised himself. He immediately said, "I don't know who the person who attacked is. As for the reason why they attacked him, it might be because of a secret art that I obtained in my early years." It was a bit too shocking for a 9th level Qi refining cultivator to last 30 to 40 breaths of time against a peak aperture enlightening cultivator, even if he was at the early stage of the Khanate realm. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had to hide it. Secret art? What secret art? Ma Chengfu asked. Great immortal martial palm. Ziyue pretended to hesitate and said, Great immortal martial palm? If it's this secret art, it makes sense that the Tao accomplishment sect would go to war for it. Lu Yupeng exclaimed in bewilderment, after which he turned to Ma Chengfu and the rest who were still bewildered as he explained, You guys might not know this, but the predecessor of the Tao accomplishment sect was actually the immortal martial sect that was annihilated 300 years ago. The immortal martial sect had 3 secret arts: the immortal martial Tao accomplishment art, the immortal martial glazed light, and the immortal martial palm. The strength of the Tao accomplishment sect's founder was limited, so the inheritance was left out. Only the immortal martial Tao accomplishment art and the immortal martial glazed light were left out. The strongest attack secret art, the immortal martial palm, was left out. In order to complete the secret art, the Tao accomplishment sect would go crazy. Only now did everyone come to a sudden realization. Even Bai Ziyue finally understood why Zhou Qing would say that the great immortal martial palm was his sect's inheritance and the Zhou Tianya magic mirror was his sect's ultimate treasure. However, 300 years had passed, and the founder of the Tao accomplishment sect had already died of old age. Zhou Qing had obtained these treasures by chance, so he wouldn't let them go easily. Not to mention, the other party's intentions were not good. They wanted to use threats and promises to kill him. As such, Ziyue was even less likely to return it. Moreover, Ziyue's eyes turned cold, revealing a trace of coldness. The enmity had already been formed. When the time came, there would be a reckoning. However, even if there is such a reason, it is also a fact that the enlightened master of the Tao accomplishment sect attacked the people of the Morning Sun Tao sect. We can't just let this matter go like this. I will report this to the sect master and seek justice for Alchemist Bai. It just so happens that we are at Legon Mountain. We still have some disputes with them, so we can settle them together. Lu Yupeng said with a cold snort. Actually, compared to this, I'm more curious as to how Alchemist Bai managed to survive in the hands of an aperture enlightening realm cultivator. At this moment, Ma Chengfu narrowed his eyes and looked at Ziwa. Fellow Taoist Ma, don't you think it's a bit inappropriate for you to say that? Everyone had their own opportunities and destinies. Fellow Taoist, why are you asking so many questions? Or was it only normal for Alchemist Bai to die? It would be abnormal if he didn't die. Zhu Shuaizhen glanced at Ma Chengfu and asked coldly. Because of Zhao Yu'er, she naturally took care of Ziyue. I think it's not too difficult for Alchemist Bai to do this. As everyone knows, the Tao Accomplishment Sect is best at defense. The combination of the Immortal Martial Accomplishment Tao Technique, the Immortal Martial True Body, and the Immortal Martial Glazed Light is really as solid as a tortoise shell. Even a powerhouse who is a level higher than it would find it difficult to break it easily. It's comparable to a defensive divine ability. However, correspondingly, their offensive methods are very limited. They rely more on the advantage of Dharma treasures. Don't forget that Alchemist Bai is also a Khanate realm cultivator. Lu Yupeng smiled and said, I'm just asking casually. After all, this matter concerns the Tao Accomplishment Sect. We can't just rely on his one-sided words. Ma Chengfu explained and questioned. Whether he's from the Tao Accomplishment Sect or not, Senior Ma just needs to go over there and see the dead person to know. If I remember correctly, he should be the disciple of the Tao Accomplishment sect leader, Gong Fei. Ziyue frowned and glanced at Ma Chengfu, then turned to look at Lu Yupeng and Zhu Shuaizhen and said, Thank you for speaking up for me. Otherwise, if I were to be attacked, I might be accused of sowing discord between the two sections. Don't worry, this matter is almost clear. We won't let you be wronged for no reason. In addition, I see that your injuries are quite serious. How about this? I'll bring you back to the sect and let you rest for a while first. Zhu Shuaizhen also knew that Ma Chengfu was holding a grudge because of Zhao Yu'er. Although Ziyue and her disciple Zhao Yu'er were not blood-related siblings, she knew that Zhao Yu'er was very attached to him, so she was naturally willing to help. It was not easy for her to find a disciple with a heavenly spiritual root and a special constitution. Many people in the Chaoyang sect were envious of her because of this. Thank you, Senior Zhu. Of course, Ziyue would not refuse. All right, let's disperse first. Alchemist Bai, go back and recuperate first. If you have any questions, we'll ask you. Lu Yupeng also said. Of course. After 3 days, my injuries have finally recovered. In the cave residence, Ziyue slowly opened his eyes. After a few days of quiet cultivation, the damaged meridians in his body and the exhausted essence, qi, and spirit were finally completely repaired, and he had finally recovered to his peak state. This time, it was really a narrow escape. If not for the fact that my spiritual energy was still sufficient and that I just happened to be at the entry level of the treasure-stabilizing divine light, I really don't know what would have happened. The power of a peak aperture enlightening realm expert was indeed extremely powerful. This was also because the Tao Accomplishment Sect was not very good at attacking. Tao Accomplishment Sect, Zhou. I'll remember this grudge. Every time he thought of the previous battle, Ziyue's heart would be filled with a nameless fire, and his eyes would be filled with coldness. Even when he was still weak and small, facing the unknown evil cultivator, he was not as powerless as he was now. At this time, I should have continued my cultivation and broken through to the aperture enlightening realm. However, when I showed my ability as an advanced second-grade alchemist, I already attracted a lot of attention. Moreover, this time, I escaped from the Tao Accomplishment Sect's aperture enlightening realm immortal, so obviously there's a lot of attention on me. If there's another rumor that I broke through to the aperture enlightening realm with my own ability. Ziyue frowned. In these 3 days, the Chaoyang sect had also done some investigation. According to Ziyue's confession and the descriptions of the surrounding witnesses, the Chaoyang sect had also found out that the person who attacked Ziyue this time was the late-stage, enlightening realm immortal of the Dao Accomplishment sect, who killed Dao Gabushing with a single sword strike, and was also Su Jixuan's master. Even if Ziyue's strength was not weak, and he cultivated both immortal and martial arts, reaching Qi refinement stage level 9 in terms of immortal arts, and the early stage of the Khanate realm in terms of martial arts, it would not be so easy to block the attack of this late-stage, enlightening realm immortal. Especially when it was revealed that Ziyue had the great immortal martial handprint on him. There might be people who guessed that he had some precious treasures on him. Naturally, they would be greedy, spy on him, and even secretly attack him. Ziyue did not think that the Chaoyang sect, as a major martial arts sect, would not have vicious people who would kill people and steal their treasures. In fact, he had heard of many people stealing other people's opportunities and treasures. So, to be safe, I'd better wait until the Aperture Enlightening Pill is refined. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. I worked so hard to prepare all the materials for the Aperture Enlightening Pill. If I don't refine it, wouldn't it be a pity? Ziyue thought in his heart, and his face could not help but brighten up a little. Buzz! At this moment, the warning array suddenly vibrated. Did something happen to Gao Ming and Fu Yongyu? Ziyue was shocked and hurriedly got up. The security situation in the Chaoyang sect was naturally needless to say. Unless the outer layer of the extreme Earth Essence magnetic divine light array was breached, no one would dare to casually barge into the cave abodes of other disciples and disturb their cultivation. Therefore, Ziyue guessed that Gao Ming and Fu Yongyu had come to him because they could not make up their minds about something. After getting up, Ziyue's gaze involuntarily fell on a secret cultivation room. Compared to the previous evolution, the little black dog's evolution from a top-level exotic beast to a demon seemed to be much slower this time. 3 days had already passed, and it still had not completed its transformation and evolved into a demon. However, at this time, it had obviously passed the initial stage of transformation. Although it was motionless, its aura was obviously much stronger than before. It would probably not take long for it to complete its transformation and evolve into a demon core, becoming a dog demon. Without paying too much attention, Ziyue quickly opened the array and then saw Gao Ming and Fu Yongyu standing at the entrance of the cave abode with a look of anxiety. "What's going on?" Ziyue asked. "Immortal Bai, it's not good. The spiritual field, the spiritual rice in the spiritual field has almost all withered. Old Fu and I have used all our means, but we still can't solve it. If it weren't for the fact that we really have no other choice, we definitely wouldn't dare to disturb you," Gao Ming said with a look of panic. "It's not just the spiritual rice in the spiritual field. The grade of the newly opened spiritual field has already dropped. It looks like it's not much different from an ordinary field," Fu Yongyu also said with a depressed look. He knew how much Ziyue valued the spiritual field. Now that something had gone wrong, he was naturally extremely terrified. "Oh, let me take a look first," Ziyue said calmly. Soon, he looked in the direction of the spiritual field. Sure enough, a large area of the crescent rice planted in the 3 mu of spiritual field had already withered, as if its vitality had been taken away. Even the crescent rice seedlings that were barely surviving looked very dispirited at this time and would wither away at any time. Looking at the spiritual field that was opened up, it was like a spiritual energy desert. The spiritual energy was dried up, and there was no trace of vitality. Chapter 296. Frowning, Ziyue went directly to the spiritual field. Ever since he sensed the heaven and earth apertures, he had a clearer sense of the spiritual qi in the heavens and earth. Very quickly, he discovered that in the spiritual field, there was a place that was wantonly absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi and life force. This is one of the 3 seeds planted here. Has it germinated? Ziyue was shocked. He hurriedly stepped into the spiritual field and carefully dug it out. Very quickly, The pitch-black seed that was buried in the ground appeared in front of his eyes. The seed had not fully germinated. There was only a small crack in the middle. An even smaller sprout was about to emerge. This seed can be considered to be alive. Feeling the rich life force within, Ziyue's face revealed a trace of joy. He hurriedly buried it again. Compared to the spiritual rice, this seed that was sealed up by the immortal martial sect leader was naturally more important to him. I don't know what kind of spiritual object this seed is. Just as it was about to break out of its shell, it absorbed all the spiritual chi and life force in the surroundings. But no matter what, I'll just continue to plant it. There will be a day when the truth will be revealed. Of course, I'll have to check on the information regarding this. Maybe I'll be able to gain something. Ziyue thought in his heart. He silently dug out the other 2 seeds. After examining them, he saw that the 2 seeds did not grow at all. Their life force was also very weak. In order to prevent their life force from being completely absorbed, he eventually took them out from the ground and placed them back into the jade box, sealing it up. It's fine now. Ziyue waved his hands at the 2 of them. Then, with a flip of his hand, 10 middle-grade spirit stones appeared in his hand. He didn't hesitate and directly crushed it. Then, he scattered the spiritual stone powder around the seed. As if it felt the emergence of abundant spiritual chi, Ziyue could feel the sprout in the seed trembling happily. It rapidly absorbed the spiritual chi in the surroundings and grew. Gao Ming and Fu Yongyu both looked at Ziyue's actions. Their faces could not help but twitch, revealing a trace of pain. 10 mid-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1,000 karma points were gone just like that. It was really too extravagant. For the next period of time, this seed will not affect the outside world. You can replant the spirit rice. Here is a middle-grade spirit stone. It should be enough to buy new spirit rice seeds. I will leave them to you. With that, Ziyue flicked his hand slightly, and a middle-grade spirit stone flew into Fu Yongyu's hand. Setting Sun Peak, Alchemy Pavilion. Apothecary buy. The ingredients you asked me to prepare have all been prepared. Other than the materials for the green jade pill, all the supplementary materials for the awakening pill have been prepared. Gu Qingfeng said respectfully. Sorry to trouble you, Alchemist Gu. Ziyue nodded, and with a surge of his spiritual force, he collected all the materials. Then, he calmly stepped into the Earth Fire Pill refinement room. Boom! The Earth Fire Pill refinement room suddenly closed as the array formation was activated. In the blink of an eye, the light of a restrictive formation spread out. At this moment, a figure rushed over. Looking at the array formation above the Earth Fire Pill refinement room, he sighed and said, Sigh, I was still a step too late. Pavilion Master Yi, what's wrong? Gu Qingfeng asked with a puzzled expression. I have faith in Apothecary Bai's alchemy skills. An advanced second-grade alchemist can indeed guarantee a certain success rate in refining the awakening pill. However, when Pavilion Master Qian came out of seclusion today, I mentioned that Apothecary Bai wanted to refine the awakening pill. However, he said that Apothecary Bai would definitely not succeed. Then I found out that refining the awakening pill not only requires extremely advanced alchemy skills, but also requires the alchemist to have a lot of spiritual force. Only then can the alchemist last until the pill is formed. Usually, one needs to be at least in the early stage of the awakening realm, and they also need spiritual force to replenish it. Apothecary Bai is only at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. I estimate that his spiritual force will be depleted halfway through the refinement. At that time, he will definitely fail. That's why I rushed over to stop him. Moreover, Pavilion Master Qian also agreed to help Apothecary Bai refine this cauldron of awakening pills. In the end, no matter how much I rushed over, I was still too late. Yi Kaiyang waved his hand dismissively as he said this. He also did not expect that refining the awakening pill would have a cultivation level restriction. Otherwise, he would have stopped Apothecary Bai long ago. Pavilion Master Qian is a 3rd-grade alchemist. His words are definitely correct. Then wouldn't Apothecary Bai's preparations, wouldn't they all go to waste? Gu Qingfeng was also stunned when he heard this. His expression was one of extreme heartache. Even if he failed, the only one who would lose was Ziyue. However, as an alchemist, he knew very well how difficult it was for a single alchemist to gather all the ingredients for the awakening pill. To them, it was already a great fortune for Ziyue to be able to gather all the ingredients. They were very surprised. Moreover, the cost was definitely not small. In the end, they would fail because they were not skilled enough. Thinking of all the precious ingredients, Gu Qingfeng's heart ached. He said hurriedly, "Can we ask Apothecary Bai to come out?" "We can't." The Alchemy Pavilion is connected to the extreme essence magnetic divine light formation of the Chaiyang sect. Unless the sect leader personally makes a move, no one will be able to open the Earth Fire Alchemy Room for a month. Yi Kaiyang shook his head and sighed. What a pity. Yeah, 800 years old blood ginseng, holy spirit fruit, demonic core of a psychic demon. Together with all the supplementary ingredients, they are worth at least 70,000 karma points. It's all going to go to waste. Apothecary Bai will probably die of heartache this time, right? Don't be so depressed. I hope he can withstand this blow. Their worried gazes fell on the sealed Earth Fire Alchemy Room at almost the same time. At least for a month, the entire alchemy room will belong to me alone. No one will be able to come in and disturb me. Ziyue looked at the sealed door of the Earth Fire Alchemy Room and took a deep breath. Gradually, he became excited. Now, I can rest assured and begin my breakthrough. Breakthrough first, then alchemy. This was what he had planned for a long time ago. Compared to the cave abode, he could be disturbed by all kinds of accidents. In this completely sealed Earth Fire Alchemy Room, it was very safe. Most importantly, the spiritual chi here was more abundant than the spiritual chi in his cave, which was more beneficial to his cultivation breakthrough. Let's begin. Next, I just need to ignite the heaven and earth acupoints and connect them to the heaven and earth. Naturally, I will transform and step into the next realm. Ziyue took another deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Almost at the first moment, he sensed the location of the two acupoints inside his body, which he couldn't figure out. The top was connected to the heaven and the bottom was connected to the earth. They were the heaven and earth acupoints. With a thought, the spiritual chi in his body surged instantly. Under his control and guidance, the spiritual chi, which had almost condensed into liquid, smoothly approached the two acupoints. Then, it kept accumulating. In the end, it was like a flood on a 1,000-meter dam. When the gate was opened, it came crashing down violently. Buzz! Ziyue's body trembled. His mind was inexplicably shaken. The spiritual chi in his body broke through the barrier like a hot knife through butter and poured directly into the two acupoints. Suddenly, an inexplicable divine light flickered above the two acupoints. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time passed. Ziyue did not stop. The spiritual chi in his body poured into the acupoints in an endless stream, making the divine light more and more dazzling. In this way, just when he felt that the spiritual chi in his body was about to be exhausted and dried up, buzz, 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 a long sound came from his body. The two divine lights suddenly shone brightly. The heaven and earth acupoints were completely ignited. Then, endless feedback was generated, turning into a magical force that flowed into his brain and expanded his dantian. Ziyue felt that his spiritual chi was rapidly increasing and surging. Then, it quickly blended and merged with a magical force, becoming one. Wisps of transformations were also occurring rapidly. It seemed as if a long time had passed, but also as if a moment had passed. He suddenly felt that his spiritual chi had changed. It became more condensed, more tenacious, and more powerful. With just a slight vibration, he could stir the air and control object from a distance. Divine sense. This is divine sense. Only enlightened, immortal masters can have divine sense. Ziyue had a sudden realization. Just as he was about to carefully comprehend the changes that divine sense had made to him, an extreme feeling of emptiness appeared in his body. His dantian was empty. No, it should be said that it had become empty. It was at least 10 times larger than before. Strands of spiritual chi flowed in it and transformed slightly, quickly condensing into a liquid state. A completely liquid state. Liquefied spiritual chi. It was called liquefied elemental energy. I've broken through. I thought it would be difficult, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. Ziyue was stunned. He felt a little lost, but he also felt that it was natural. Since he had already figured out the location of the heaven and earth acupoints, the breakthrough naturally became smooth. The reason why he felt it was difficult was because he knew how difficult it was for a chi refinement cultivator to break through to the enlightened realm. If he did not succeed, he would die trying. No matter how much he had accumulated in the chi refinement stage, failure meant death. He did not have such worries. Naturally, the breakthrough was like a hot knife through butter without any obstacles. However, although I've broken through now, my spiritual chi has been exhausted because I ignited the heaven and earth acupoints. It's time for me to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to restore my strength and fill up my dantian. Feeling the emptiness in his dantian, Ziyue thought. In an instant, the heaven and earth acupoints opened. Chapter 297. The two apertures of heaven and earth vibrated, connecting the heavens to the earth. Under the effect of the powerful suction force, the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth roiled violently into his body like clouds. At the same time, Ziyue sensed that the 5 spiritual apertures in his body seemed to be excited at this moment, letting out trembling noises. With a thought, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth roiled in his body, pouring into the 5 spiritual apertures one after another. Very quickly, he sensed that his 5 spiritual cavities were flickering with divine light and were expanding at a rapid pace. Buzz! When the 5 spiritual apertures expanded to the limit, 5 rays of divine light dazzled. Ziyue immediately felt the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in his body become even more turbulent and violent. After the spiritual chi was sucked into his dantian, it slightly brewed and transformed, quickly turning into incomparably viscous and completely liquid origin night. The origin liquid then circulated according to the 5 directions pure origin art, expelling endless impurities and immediately becoming incomparably pure, emitting a lustrous radiance. The canyon peak itself had a spirit vein. Although it was only a first-grade spirit vein, because it was close to the rising sun peak, a third-grade spirit vein, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was not the slightest bit inferior to that of a second-grade spirit vein. After the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was absorbed and transformed by Ziyue, it rapidly flowed in and filled the gap. It truly seemed as if there was an endless stream, allowing his cultivation to progress at a rapid pace. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, this was an extremely long process. The empty dantian required a vast amount of origin energy to fill. Ziyue tightly closed his eyes, his mind immersed in the process. The spiritual pressure on his body that belonged to an enlightened, immortal master also gradually grew stronger. Until a certain moment, his body shook, his breathing trembled, and he couldn't help but open his eyes. Origin energy has been filled. At this time, I have finally completely stabilized my cultivation, and there is no risk of it regressing. I have officially stepped into the enlightened immortal master stage and become an initial stage enlightened immortal master. Ziyue's mood was somewhat agitated, and his face revealed a satisfied expression. An enlightened immortal master was no longer the same as a chi condensation cultivator. Not only did he have a stronger divine sense than a chi condensation cultivator, but when combined with origin energy, regardless of whether he used magic treasures to attack or cast spells, the power was much stronger than before. He estimated that with his current strength, even if he still couldn't defeat the peak enlightened Dao Sect Master, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state like before. Another thing worth mentioning is that my lifespan has also increased. Originally, when he broke through to the Khanate realm. His lifespan had increased to 200 years. Now that he had broken through to the early stage of the Aperture Awakening realm, his lifespan had increased to 250 years. In other words, I can directly live up to 250 years of my life. Ziyue couldn't help but feel somewhat excited. Although the increase in his lifespan didn't seem to affect him much since he was still very young, the feeling of breaking through the limits of the human body and evolving his life essence still made him very happy and intoxicated. For an immortal cultivator like him, who wouldn't want to live as long as the heavens and the earth and compete for glory with the sun and moon? Who didn't want to? I'm an earth. Since I've been reborn, I must have a goal. I'll set a small goal as well. First, I'll live for 9,900. Ziyue couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He laughed to himself and calmed his previously agitated heart. I didn't think that 5 days would pass in the blink of an eye. Now that my state has stabilized, it's time for me to refine the enlightened orifice pill. Ziyue's eyes moved. Although he couldn't wait to feel the changes in his strength, he didn't forget the purpose of his trip. Not to mention, the earth-fire alchemy room was still a little cramped and not suitable. Thus, he stood up and finally arrived at the center of the earth-fire alchemy room. His divine sense moved and easily probed into the storage pouch. Boom! A three-legged cauldron that was 7 feet tall came crashing down, landing firmly on top of the earth fire. Indeed, after my mental energy evolved into divine sense, it's much more convenient for me to take things out of my storage bag. My speed is at least twice as fast as before. Ziyue felt the changes in the room, but didn't slow down. With a wave of his hand, he took out materials one by one from his storage bag. At this moment, he pointed in the direction of the earth fire and opened the array that was suppressing the earth fire according to the method. Boom! Instantly, a scorching heat surged out from the depths of the ground. Orange-red flames surged like a ferocious dragon from the ground. They roared violently and rushed out. Buzz! The inferior-grade spirit alchemy cauldron vibrated violently. With a flash of spiritual light, it isolated the scorching heat outside. Then, Ziyue's divine sense surged and the yuan power in his body moved slightly. Soon, the fire dragon was drawn into the alchemy cauldron. When the temperature in the alchemy cauldron reached a certain temperature, Ziyue raised his hand slightly and threw a material into it. Before refining the orifice awakening pill, Ziyue planned to refine a few green jade pills to warm up his hands. After all, he had just made a breakthrough in his mental energy and spiritual energy, which had evolved into a stronger divine sense and yuan power. All kinds of changes would have to be adjusted and adjusted. Fortunately, his alchemy skills were there, so the entire process went smoothly. Using the pill-collecting art, the alchemy cauldron vibrated and a spiritual pill flew out. Although I've refined the green jade pill, after my breakthrough, the problem of my lack of control was exposed. There were a few places where I used too much force. This spiritual pill has 21% impurities. It's only an ordinary beginner grade, 2 spiritual pill. It's pretty good. Ziyue looked at the green jade pill in his hand and sighed. However, he was already mentally prepared. He quickly put it away and started refining again. 17% impurities. It's much better, but it still hasn't advanced to advanced grade 2. It's a failure for me. 13% impurities. Although it hasn't advanced to advanced grade 2 spiritual pill, it's starting to improve. The improvement is obvious. 9% impurities. My strength is almost recovered, but it's still not perfect. 6% impurities. 3% impurities. That's the limit. At this point, I've finally adapted to the changes in my strength and can officially start refining the Aperture Enlightening pill. After using up 10% of the materials for the green jade pill, Ziyue let out a long sigh of relief. He could not help but feel a little hesitant and expectant. He had been preparing for this day for a long time. Not only had he started cultivating alchemy from scratch, but he had also almost lost his life in order to collect materials. Although he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and reached the Aperture Enlightening realm, he still had to refine the Aperture Enlightening pill so that his previous efforts would not go to waste. Boom! The alchemy cauldron vibrated, and a fire dragon flowed within. The scorching heat was condensed and compressed by the alchemy cauldron, causing ripples to appear in the air. Ziyue's face was calm. His divine sense was still attached to the alchemy cauldron. The flow of the fire dragon and the control of the temperature were all in his mind. Now's the time. Suddenly, a divine light flashed across his eyes. He hurriedly threw a wrought-tam-like black wooden block into the alchemy cauldron. This was the black tombwood. It was naturally tough and resistant to fire. It was also one of the main materials for the aperture enlightening pill. The first thing to refine the aperture enlightening pill was to refine the black tomb wood and extract the black tomb chi within it. Only then could the pill be refined step by step. The moment the black tomb would enter the alchemy cauldron, Ziyue's hands began to rapidly form hand seals and cast alchemy techniques. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a full 7 breaths, a slight change finally appeared in the black tomb wood. Wisps of black gas were extracted like smoke. Black tomb chi. Ziyue let out a sigh of relief inwardly. He did not dare to hesitate and threw in the second material, a spiritual material called kumquat grass. Under his control, the various materials fused together in an orderly manner. It was rather smooth. However, as soon as the 7th material, the Holy Spirit fruit, was thrown in, Tion's expression changed. Violent spiritual energy burst out and instantly caused the flames in the alchemy cauldron to become unstable. Ziyue's expression changed. His hands were like smoke as he rapidly cast alchemy techniques. It took quite a while for the spiritual energy in the alchemy cauldron to stabilize. The refinement of the aperture enlightening pill is indeed very difficult. This is only the 7th material. Once all 49 materials are refined, the energy required will be even more terrifying. Ziyue sighed inwardly, but did not dare to stop in the slightest. He threw in the materials one by one and carefully controlled them to fuse with the other materials. Sometimes it was 2 by 2, sometimes 3 by 2. Sometimes it was 3 by 2. Sometimes it was a combination of parts and parts. The various changes were complex and ever-changing. There were also many alchemy techniques required. This was extremely taxing on his consciousness and origin energy. Strands of sweat flowed out of his body, but they were quickly evaporated by the high temperature in the alchemy cauldron. Ziyue did not dare to relax in the slightest. His mind was completely immersed in the process. No sound or movement could affect him in the slightest. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, the 7th material, the 14th material, and the 21st material. The addition of each material would bring about an unknown change. He needed to make the most accurate response in the shortest amount of time. When 7 hours had passed and 31 materials had been combined, by Ziyue's elemental energy paled in comparison, even though he had a lot of elemental energy in his body. He could not spare his hands at all. With a slight movement of his consciousness, a high second-grade green jade elixir had already turned into a stream of light and automatically entered his mouth. With a slight pinch, the energy contained in the green jade elixir flowed into his body and began to restore his origin energy. However, when the 3 green jade elixirs entered his stomach, Ziyue automatically stopped taking any more. All spirit elixirs had pill toxins. Even if the impurities were small, they would still have an effect. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, in order to avoid affecting his future path, 3 high second-grade spirit elixirs with impurities of less than 10% was already the limit. If he took any more, the pill toxins would form and it would be difficult to remove them. In serious cases, it could even lead to unpredictable consequences. It was highly possible that he would be trapped in a certain realm for the rest of his life. However, this was not a problem for him. With a thought, he consumed his soul energy. In an instant, the origin energy in his body was restored. Chapter 298. The pill is complete. Buzz. The cauldron vibrated slightly and emitted a bright light. All the ingredients in the cauldron quickly condensed and formed a spirit pill the size of a bowl with a slightly mixed color. Although it was a little difficult at this stage, I am already halfway to success. Zue's gaze fell on the cauldron, and his face was filled with joy. However, there is still a crucial step before it can truly take shape. His eyes were gloomy. Then he stretched out his hand and formed another pill formula. Buzz! The spirit pill immediately spun with the help of the pill formula at an extremely fast speed. As the spirit pill spun, wisps of impurities, pill poison gas, earth fire poison gas, and evil spirit were all thrown out by the special pill formula and turned into black smoke. Pill flinging technique. Zue's face was solemn. Under the control of the pill formula, he carefully controlled his yuan power and pulled out all the harmful substances. Gradually, the mixed color on the spirit pill became less and less. The surface of the spirit pill became smoother and smoother, like a pure white spirit pearl that was emitting a light. However, because many of the impurities had been removed, this spirit pearl was much smaller than before. At this time, the awakening elixir has actually been officially refined. It is just that it is a little too big. I need to use the pill splitting technique to separate more spirit pills according to the specifications. As for the specific quality, let's talk about it later. I can't ask for too much in terms of quality. Zue thought silently. In fact, he was not very confident. The smooth surface of the spirit pill did not necessarily mean that there were fewer impurities. However, he had already tried his best for this refinement. Therefore, he formed a seal with both hands. The yuan power in his body instantly turned into a mysterious light and surged into the cauldron. Pill splitting technique, pill splitting technique. Chi-chi. In an instant, the huge spirit pill wriggled rapidly. Soon, it split into 2, then 4, and so on. When it split into the 9th spirit pill, it could no longer continue and stopped. 9 spirit pills formed. Zue's eyes flashed with excitement. He hurriedly formed the pill collecting technique. Collect. Following this, the 9 pills turned into rays of light and flew toward Qin before landing on his hand. As expected, out of the 9 awakening pills, only 7 were successful. 2 of the awakening pills contained more than 30% impurities. Although the impurities were only around 31% or 32%, they were still considered useless pills. As for the remaining 7, they were all successful. Although it was only a low second-grade pill, the value of the awakening pill was still there. As long as it can be used, it's naturally worth a lot. Zue put the 7 awakening pills into the spirit pill gourd with satisfaction. As for the remaining 2 useless pills, he thought for a while and decided not to destroy them. He took out another spirit pill gourd and stored them in it. In the Chaoyang sect, the exchange price of the enlightening elixir is usually 30,000 karma points. I have 7 pills here. If I take them out to trade, I can get at least 210,000 karma points. After deducting the 70,000 karma points I spent to collect the materials, I can earn a total of 140,000 karma points. Zue did some calculations, and his breathing quickened. This round is worth it. If he had refined, ordinary elixirs, how long would it take him to accumulate so many karma points? This time, I've really made a fortune. 210,000 karma points, plus the 10,000 I already have, make a total of 220,000 karma points. With so many karma points, I can not only exchange for the cultivation method of the purple chi visualization skill, but also exchange for 1 or 2 powerful magic weapons. The longer he stayed in the Chaoyang sect, the more he understood the use of karma points. Here, almost anything could be exchanged with karma points, including cultivation methods, magic weapons, and so on. And all of these were things that he needed. After thinking for a while, Zue quickly came back to his senses. He waved his hand slightly and called back the alchemy furnace from the earth fire. I didn't expect that only 10 days have passed since I broke through and refined elixirs. The remaining 20 days, I can use the evil spirit of the earth fire in the earth fire to practice the 7 demons' true fire magic. Ziyue pondered for a while, and his eyes fell on the attribute panel. Without a doubt, the Seven Evils True Fire was a powerful spell. Previously, he could not practice it because he was not strong enough and had not reached the Aperture Enlightening Realm. Now that he had broken through to the Aperture Enlightening Realm, his dantian had expanded, and the apertures of heaven and earth had been opened. He could now connect heaven and earth, and naturally, he could begin to practice the Seven Demons' true fire magic by drawing the evil spirit of the earth fire into his body and refining it directly. Ziyue thought to himself. Just as he was about to do something, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he revealed an extremely surprised expression. My spiritual energy, 300,000 points? If he remembered correctly, his spiritual energy was only 290,000 points. Moreover, when he refined elixirs, he used his spiritual energy to recover the primordial chi in his body. At least 10,000 points of spiritual energy had been consumed. Yet, his spiritual energy had increased. Furthermore, he also noticed that his own spiritual energy was slowly increasing at this moment. Every once in a while, there would be dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of spiritual energy increasing. That's right. The range of the attribute panel's radiation has always increased as my strength increases. Now that I have just broken through to the Aperture Enlightening Realm, naturally, the range of the attribute panel's radiation has increased by a large amount. The remote Cloud Mountain Swamp is not far from here. Now, it seems that the range of my attribute panel's radiation has just crossed into the nearby swamp area. Thus, my spiritual energy can also slowly increase. Ziyue pondered for a moment and could not help but reveal a look of understanding. Although he did not know how much the range of the attribute panel's radiation had increased by, such a change was indeed extremely surprising to him. This means that I don't need to deliberately hunt enemies now, and my spiritual energy can also slowly increase. And the remote Cloud Mountain Swamp is the place where my spiritual energy can be harvested. Bai Ziyue was extremely excited. He truly felt the relaxation and beauty of this place. It was also the first time that he had the idea that spiritual energy was not so difficult to obtain. After a while, he finally calmed down his somewhat excited mood. Then, very quickly, he officially began to practice the Seven Demons' true fire magic and began to gradually extract the evil spirit of the earth fire to refine it. This was destined to be a long process. Although the earth fire contained surging evil spirit of the earth fire, after being isolated by the array formation in the alchemy room, 99% of the evil spirit of the earth fire was actually blocked in the depths of the ground outside the array formation. Thus, only a small amount of the evil spirit of the earth fire would leak through the array formation and be used for his cultivation. It's been more than 20 days. Alchemist, Bai still hasn't come out? Yi Kaiyong asked at the entrance of the earth fire alchemy room in the alchemy pavilion. I also feel that it's a little strange. Logically speaking, if the refinement of the Aperture Enlightening pill failed, Alchemist Bai should have come out long ago. Gu Qingfeng shook his head and said, hopefully, there won't be any accidents. If he really can't take the blow, it shouldn't be, right? He's an advanced second-grade alchemist. His temperament shouldn't be so weak, right? Clearly, even he himself did not believe these words. The Aperture Enlightening pill was too important for someone who was determined to open the apertures with immortal techniques. There really could not be the slightest bit of mishap. Pavilion Master Yi, do you think it's possible that he succeeded? Impossible. Elder Qian is a third-grade alchemist. Even he said that Alchemist Bai would not be able to successfully refine the Aperture Enlightening pill. Then, the chances of him succeeding are infinitely close to zero. There can't be any accidents. Yi Kaiyong shook his head decisively. However, he could not help but reveal a trace of worry in his eyes. He actually thought very highly of Ziyue. An advanced second-grade alchemist in the Qi refinement realm who was still young and had great potential. It was almost certain that he would become a third-grade alchemist. If he could not recover from the setback of refining the Aperture Enlightening pill this time, it would be too much of a pity. At this moment, The array formation restriction above the earth fire alchemy room suddenly flashed. Then it suddenly fell down and completely dissipated. The door to the earth fire alchemy room is open. Alchemist Bai has come out. Gu Qingfeng's body trembled as he said excitedly, "Let's go over." Yi Kaiyang shouted and quickly stepped forward to greet him. Then, he quickly saw Ziyue walking out slowly with furrowed brows. His heart skipped a beat as he said slowly, "Alchemist Bai, a temporary failure is nothing. You're still young. In the future, you'll definitely be able to refine the aperture enlightening pill. This time, you can take it as accumulating experience and make up for your shortcomings. I believe that you'll definitely become a third grade or even fourth grade alchemist in the future." That's right. Actually, we all believe that with Alchemist Bai's alchemy skills, you'll be able to refine the aperture enlightening pill. However, after you enter the alchemy room, we heard that to refine the aperture enlightening pill, one must be in the aperture enlightening realm. The reason why you failed was because you were limited by your cultivation. Gu Qingfeng, who was at the side, also tried to comfort Yi Kaiyang. When he spoke of his cultivation, his expression suddenly changed. His gaze froze as he revealed an uncertain expression. He hurriedly asked, "Alchemist Bai, you've broken through to the aperture enlightening realm?" When Yi Kaiyang heard this, his heart skipped a beat and his face turned pale. "Yes, I've broken through. As for the aperture enlightening pill, I've successfully refined it." Ziyue nodded slowly. He somewhat understood what the two of them were talking about. Obviously, they all thought that he had failed in refining the aperture enlightening pill this time. When he thought of the difficulty he faced in refining the pill, he revealed a look of realization. It was indeed extremely difficult for an ordinary cultivator in the 9th level of the Qi refining realm to successfully refine the aperture enlightening pill. It was almost impossible. This was because the amount of spiritual energy needed to refine the pill was too great. Even if he was in the early stage of the aperture enlightening realm, he still felt that it was somewhat difficult. However, that was only for ordinary cultivators in the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. But he was not an ordinary cultivator in the immortal cultivation realm. Even if he did not break through to the aperture enlightening realm in advance, he could rely on his spiritual energy to recover and refine the pill. Chapter 299. You succeeded? Yi Kaiyang's eyes widened. However, when he saw Ziyue's aura, which belonged to an enlightened master immortal, he had to admit it. If not for the enlightening pills, how could Alchemist Bai have broken through to the enlightening realm? How many pills are there? Then he asked impatiently. Gu Qingfeng was also shocked. He did not expect Ziyue to be able to break Pavilion Leader Qian's assertion and successfully refine the enlightening pills. Moreover, not only did he refine the enlightening pills, but he also swallowed the pills immediately and broke through to the enlightening master immortal level. Such a magnificent feat truly made him feel incomparable admiration and reverence. There are 9 pills. Unfortunately, 2 of them are of poor quality and have become useless pills. Ziyue shook his head. Thinking about it now, he still felt that it was a pity. 2 enlightening pills were equivalent to 60,000 karma points. It pained him to lose them for no reason. So, there's still 6 pills left. Alchemist Bai, how do you plan to deal with them? Yi Kaiyang's mind started to wander. Ziyue's eyes flashed. He knew that Yi Kaiyang thought that he had already consumed 1 pill, so he automatically deducted 1. He did not deny it, and only said, "I have no use for these enlightening pills. Of course I will sell them in exchange for cultivation resources. If Alchemist Bai trusts me, I can help you contact some people. I believe that we will be able to sell all 6 enlightening pills very soon. Moreover, the karma points you can exchange for them will be much more than what you can get in the sect. 6 pills, at least 200,000 karma points will not be a problem." Yi Kaiyang hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. "Oh, it's not impossible." Ziyue's eyes flashed. He could roughly guess what Yi Kaiyang was thinking. However, he said, "But I don't want the enlightening pills to fall into the hands of the Ma clan." He had never been a magnanimous person. Previously, Ma Chengfu deliberately made things difficult for him. He remembered that. Although they wouldn't go so far as to actually do anything, the enlightening pill was something that all sects and cultivation clans yearn for. Naturally, they would exclude the Ma clan from the transaction. Don't worry, the Aperture Enlightening Pill will still be in Alchemist Bai's hands. I'm just bringing some people to look for fellow Taoists to conduct the transaction. As for whether you want to trade or not, the choice is still in your hands. Although the Ma family is powerful in the Chaoyang sect, they can't control our alchemy pavilion, so we don't have to be afraid of them. Yi Kaiyang had also vaguely heard about Ziyue's previous encounter, so he readily agreed. In that case, I'll have to trouble Pavilion Master Yi. Ziyue thanked him and then slowly walked away. Elder Immortal Bai, you're back. As soon as Yue returned to the Immortal's cave, he heard a cry of surprise. Gao Ming and Fu Yongyu hurriedly put down the work in their hands and quickly greeted them. Then, at the same time, they felt the difference in Ziyue's aura. They were dumbfounded and said in surprise, "Master, Immortal Bai, you've broken through to the Aperture Enlightening state?" "I was lucky." Ziyue smiled slightly, then glanced in the direction of the spiritual field and said casually, "It seems that you've taken good care of the spiritual field while I was away. Last time, because of the seed that broke out of the shell, the surrounding spiritual energy was plundered wantonly. The spiritual rice in the 3 mu of spiritual field was also greatly affected because of this, and more than half of it withered and died. Now, almost a month had passed, and the spiritual rice in the spiritual field was not only replanted, but also grew rapidly. It was lush and even more exuberant than last time. Congratulations, Immortal Bai." The two hurriedly congratulated and changed the way they addressed him. Then, they hurriedly explained, "In fact, it's not just because we took care of it. The real reason is very likely to be that spiritual plant seedling." "Spiritual plant seedling?" Ziyue asked doubtfully. His heart moved, and he hurriedly walked over. 10 days ago, the seed in the spiritual field suddenly absorbed a large amount of the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the 10 mid-grade spirit stones that you scattered around was quickly absorbed, and then it spread to the 3 mu of spiritual field. We originally thought that it would be the same as last time, that the spiritual rice would wither and die, and all our efforts would be in vain. Unexpectedly, the seed seemed to have absorbed enough spiritual energy and automatically stopped. Then the next day, we saw a seedling growing in the spiritual field. This seedling seemed to be born with the ability to gather spiritual energy. Almost every once in a while, we felt that the spiritual energy in the surroundings had become denser. Now, after 10 days, the spiritual energy in this area seemed to have increased by almost 2 times compared to before. The spiritual rice in the 3 mu of spiritual field also grew more exuberant because of this. Fu Yongyu hurriedly explained. As they spoke, Ziyue quickly came to the side of the spiritual field. Immediately, he saw a seedling that was about 1 foot tall and as thick as a thumb growing in the spiritual field. This seedling was white all over, and only the 2 tender leaves on the top of its head revealed a trace of emerald green. Furthermore, he could clearly sense that this sapling was emitting a light and agile aura. Slightly sensing it, Ziyue was also shocked. This spiritual plant seedling indeed had the ability to gather spiritual energy. Even though it was only a seedling, its ability to gather spiritual energy was not inferior to the effect of the spirit locking formation in his cave abode. It was really amazing. Take good care of it. Don't let pests and other things affect its growth. Knowing that this spiritual plant seedling must be extraordinary, Ziyue instructed the 2 of them before getting up and walking into the cave abode. Previously, he had been in a hurry to enter seclusion and break through to the Aperture Enlightening realm, so he had neglected the little black dog. Now that almost a month had passed, he also wanted to see if it had successfully broken through and evolved into a demon. How? Following an excited roar, Ziyue saw a huge figure with shiny black fur quickly pouncing over. Almost instinctively, Ziyue cast a spell. Treasure Stabilizing Divine Light. In an instant, the figure that was pouncing over was suspended in midair. Two pairs of bell-like dog eyes looked at Ziwa pitifully as it whimpered. After a full 3 breaths, it broke free from the restraint of the treasure, stabilizing divine light, and fell from midair. Indeed, it has broken through and become a demon dog. Ziwa was also a little embarrassed. He took a few steps forward and patted its head to comfort it. The appearance of the little black dog did not change much. It was just that its body size was much larger than before. It looked like a big black bull. The fur on its body was black and shiny, and it was very tough. Even if he wanted to tear it off, it would take some effort. After throwing a few blood coagulation pills to comfort it and teasing it for a while, Zue was finally able to extricate himself and return to his secret cultivation room. Early Khanate realm, early aperture enlightening realm. Now, I have some confidence in the Chaoyang sect. I don't need to care too much about those prying eyes. Bai Ziwe took a deep breath, and his mood could not help but brighten up. Looking at the scenery through the clouds, his thoughts were no longer the same as before. Although the Chaoyang sect was a big sect of magic, its backbone was still the experts at the aperture enlightening realm. As far as he knew, there were only 2 experts at the divine realm, which was above the aperture enlightening realm. One was the supreme elder, Dongfang Chaoyue. The other was the head of the Chaoyang sect, Wan Hong. With his strength, when he was below the aperture enlightening realm, he could survive under the attack of Zhou Qing, who was at the peak of the aperture enlightening realm. As long as he did not provoke the experts at the divine realm, he was basically safe. As the top experts in this area, the divine realm experts had all kinds of resources and treasures. It was unlikely that they would really find trouble with him. However, although I have broken through to the aperture enlightening realm, but I also need to be strong and courageous. Although the divine realm is the strongest in this area, it is said that there are more powerful existences on the other side of the Hurricane Canyon, the Endless Sea area, and the other side of the 100,000 Mountains. Compared to those magnificent places, not only is the spiritual chi in this region thinner, but the number of experts is also much lower. Ziwen naturally knew about this world when he was in the Chaoyang sect. He knew that although this area was not small, it was actually a barren land compared to the outside world. He wanted to see a wider world, so he was not willing to be trapped here. Besides, I still have a big revenge to take. Naturally, I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Fortunately, I have many enlightening elixirs with me. Next, as long as I exchange these enlightening elixirs for karma points, I can conveniently exchange them for the cultivation method of the purple chi visualization technique. I can even exchange them for 1 or 2 handy magic weapons. At that time, I will enter the entry level of the technique and use the soul energy to improve it. Then I can directly kill the cloud, cover mountain, and the gate of the enlightenment sect. Bai Ziwe thought for a moment, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He would not forget that the enlightenment sect tried to kill him. If he was not strong enough, he could bear with it. But as long as he had the strength, he would naturally return it one by one. Thinking of this, he could not help but look at the attribute panel. Name: Zua Martial Arts Realm. Early stage of the innate Realm Immortal Technique Realm. Early stage of the Enlightenment Realm Martial Arts. Invincible Golden Body Technique. Innate 9 Transformation Technique. Uninitiated 87%. Martial Arts. God Vanquishing Saber Technique. Immortal Martial Grand Handprint. Perfect Immortal Technique. Level 9 of the Purple Chi Visualization Technique. Perfect Wufang Pure Vitality Technique. Uninitiated 9%. Technique. Perfect Talisman Technique. Perfect Jade. Elixir Refining Technique Magic. Perfect Ice Flame Technique. Magic Instinct. Perfect Stun Spirit Needle. Perfect Thunder Fall Technique. Perfect Morning Sun Swordsmanship. Perfect 100 Steps Wave Treading Technique. Perfect Treasure Stabilizing Divine Light. Uninitiated 7 Evils True Fire. 45% Soul Energy. 472312 inch my soul energy has reached 470,000 points. Based on this calculation, I have gained more than 10,000 points of soul energy every day. A hint of joy flashed in Ziyue's eyes. The last time he looked at the attribute panel was 15 days ago. At that time, his soul energy was 300,000 points. Now that 15 days had passed, his soul energy had increased to 470,000 points. Naturally, this meant that he could gain more than 10,000 points of soul energy every day. Chapter 300. And the location of his cave was closer to the remote cloud swamp than the waning sun peak. Didn't this mean that the speed of his soul energy increase would also increase? Instantly, he felt satisfied and expectant. The 9 revolution Shinto technique is not too far away. Next, I have to speed up and try to reach the beginner level within 10 days. Ziyue's gaze landed on the 9 revolutions Shinto technique and made a decision. Recently, because of the matter of concocting the aperture enlightening pill and breaking through to the immortal realm, he had indeed slacked off on his cultivation. Perhaps in the eyes of many, martial artists were inferior to immortal realm cultivators. But to Ziyue, it didn't matter if it was martial arts or immortal realm. As long as it could increase his strength, he didn't care. There's also the immortal martial true body. Previously, because the great immortal martial palm had reached perfection, I had the qualifications to cultivate it. But now that I've officially broken through to the aperture enlightening realm, I can take the opportunity to increase the speed of this technique and reach the beginner level as soon as possible. After thinking for a while, Ziyue felt a little regretful in his heart. He actually valued this immortal martial true body very much. In his opinion, although this technique wasn't one of the secret arts of the immortal martial sect, it was only because this technique was a body refining technique. Its exquisiteness and strength wouldn't be inferior to any secret arts. It could even be used together with the great immortal martial palm, complementing each other and increasing its power. It was a pity that he didn't manage to obtain the immortal martial Tao completion technique. Otherwise, if the 3 techniques were used together, the power of the great immortal martial palm would be comparable to a divine ability, and he would be able to kill immortals. But now, it's not like there's no hope. Ziyue quickly thought of the Tao completion sect. Coincidentally, there was still a grudge between the two of them. Naturally, he would want to settle it. It wasn't like he didn't have a chance to obtain the immortal martial Tao completion technique. As for the 7 demons true fire, it's a little troublesome to reach the beginner level. Ziyue frowned slightly. This technique was completely different from ordinary techniques. Normally, a cultivator would be able to make progress through their own hard work. However, this spell relied more on external objects. He had to extract 7 types of baleful aura and refine them before he could officially become a beginner. His current cultivation progress was only because he had extracted the fiery evil chi from the earth fire, the fiery evil chi from the soul-gathering flag, and the pill evil chi from the waste pills that he had refined for such a long time. Only then could he cultivate to 45% of the uninitiated realm. However, if he wanted to improve further, it was almost impossible to rely on his own hard work. He had to rely on more types of baleful aura. Of course, correspondingly, the power of this technique was far greater than that of ordinary techniques. At this moment, he had only refined 3 types of baleful aura. The combination of the baleful aura had already shocked him. He believed that when he combined the 7 types of baleful aura, it would be even more terrifying. Fortunately, I've already set up a reward in the Internal Affairs Pavilion. With the help of many inner disciples, I believe that I'll be able to gather the other 4 types very soon. Then, I'll be able to officially cultivate this powerful spell to the beginner level. Ziyue was secretly looking forward to it, and he quickly immersed himself in his cultivation. Morning Sun Peak, Purple Chi Observatory Balcony. This was a balcony in the Chaoyang sect specially opened for inner disciples to cultivate the Purple Chi Divine Observation Technique. The morning sun had just risen. At this moment, there were more than 10 cultivators of various ages silently cultivating, absorbing the morning sun's purple chi into their bodies. When the sun was high in the sky, the purple chi dissipated. Everyone immediately stopped cultivating. At this moment, a pretty female cultivator who had been waiting for a long time went up excitedly. She said to one of the cultivators with a determined face, "Senior brother Shirley, I have great news to tell you." "Yinner, why are you here? Is your father willing to let you out to see me?" The cultivator named Shirley looked at the person who had come with a surprised expression and said with a happy face, "I snuck out." Yinner stuck out her tongue and said with a proud face, "I knew it. Your father is the alchemy pavilion master. How could he agree to let you out to see me? I'm almost 50 years old, but I haven't accumulated enough karma points to exchange for the orifice's enlightening elixir. And with my status, even if I accumulated enough karma points, I would need to queue for 10 years. I can't meet your father's requirements. Perhaps it was a mistake for us to fall in love." As Shirley spoke, his determined face revealed a bitter expression. "Who said that? You can definitely break through to the orifice's enlightening state, and we can definitely be together." Yin glared at him and pretended to be fierce. When she saw Shirley's expression soften, she said, "This time, I'm here to tell you a piece of good news. I heard that there are alchemists in the alchemy pavilion who have refined the orifice's enlightening elixir, and there are quite a few of them. Moreover, it's not distributed through the sect. In other words, you don't need a queue to buy it. When I heard this news, I hurried over. This time, no matter what, we have to fight for one." With the help of this orifice's enlightening elixir, you can successfully break through to the orifice's enlightening state. At that time, even my father won't be able to say anything, and our relationship will no longer be a problem. Isn't there still 3 years before the sect starts refining the orifice's enlightening elixir? Why is it so fast this time?" Shirley was startled and asked in confusion, "You also know that our sect only refines the orifice's enlightening elixir once every 5 years. Moreover, if ordinary disciples want to exchange for it, they have to queue up. The supply is far from enough." It said that the alchemist was not satisfied with the long wait, so he gathered the materials and refined it himself. Guess what happened? He had really succeeded in cultivating it. 9 elixirs were refined, and only 2 were wasted. I heard that the alchemist took one of the orifice's enlightening elixir himself and directly broke through to the next realm. There are still 6 left, and all of them have to be sold. As she spoke, Yinner's face was filled with excitement. She said, "Hurry, let's go. If we're late, someone else might snatch them away. But I only have 18,000 karma points. It's far from enough." Shirley stood still and said with great disappointment, "I only have 5,000 karma points. At most, I'll sell the golden cicada robe I'm wearing first. This top-level protective magical weapon can be worth at least 7,000 or 8,000 karma points." "No!" Shirley hurriedly stopped her. A trace of determination flashed across his eyes. He said, "You don't have to worry about this. I'll think of a way myself. Chengfu, I heard that you have a conflict with the new advanced second-grade alchemist." In a hall, a white-haired old man looked down at Ma Chengfu, who was standing respectfully, and asked softly, "Yes, second uncle." Ma Chengfu's expression changed as he answered in a low voice, "Go ahead and apologize. It's okay if you don't get the orifice's enlightening elixir this time. With the influence of the Ma family in the Chaoyang sect, we can get 1 or 2 orifice's enlightening elixirs when Pavilion Leader Qian refines them 3 years later. But I don't want him to refine any elixirs and exclude us the next time." Ma Daoquan's voice was unquestionable. "There's no need for that. Even if he successfully refines the orifice's enlightening elixir this time, the materials are hard to find. However, the materials were hard to find, and he didn't know when he would be able to refine them again. Why should we be afraid of him?" Ma Chengfu was a little uncomfortable and said with slight resistance, "Idiot, don't you know how old he is? It was estimated that in a few years, he would be able to smoothly advance to the level of a 3rd-grade alchemist. In the future, when Pavilion Master Qian retires, it's very likely that he will take over the Alchemy Pavilion. If we offend him, how can we get the Orifice Enlightening Elixir?" Ma Daoquan scolded angrily and said with disappointment, "What's the most important thing for a family? It's the inheritance and the foundation. The orifice enlightening elixir is the foundation. It can ensure the rise and fall of our family. He's destined to become a third-grade alchemist in the future. We can't wait to curry favor with him, but you want to offend him? What were you thinking at that time? Ma Cheng-fu opened his mouth, but did not dare to say out his greed. He said in shame, "I'll apologize right away." "Wait." Ma Daoquan suddenly stopped him and said, "Ask Mingyu to come along, too." Second uncle, Mingyu is a cultivator with mutated spiritual roots. It's not impossible for her to advance to the god realm in the future. Ma Cheng-fu said in surprise. Go. An advanced second-grade alchemist is not an insult to her. Ma Daoquan waved his hand and said, "At the foot of the Morning Sun sect, Morning Sun Town, Phoenix Restaurant. Old Chow, what's the occasion today?" Yu Tingji, the head of the Yu family of Dragon Rocky Mountain, Wan Chaoming, the head of the Wan family, and Ma Jun, the head of the Ma family. The heads of the three major cultivation families of the Morning Sun sect are all here. Not only that, I saw Yi Kaiyong, the pavilion master of the Morning Sun sect's alchemy pavilion, Ma Chengfu, and Zhu Shuajian from the Inheritance Hall, and Zhang Xiaohua from the Internal Affairs Hall. Even the pavilion master of the Thousand Treasures building in the market square on remote Cloud Mountain is here. They're all enlightened, immortal masters. Old Chow, do you know why they're all here at Phoenix Restaurant? You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? At the entrance of Phoenix Restaurant, the bald Old Chow rolled his eyes and said, I heard some news." At this moment, a mysterious voice sounded. "Quick, tell us what's going on." Everyone immediately looked at the speaker, and their eyes lit up. They knew that the speaker often delivered food to Phoenix Restaurant, so he must have heard some news. "I heard that there's going to be an auction here. It said that the item being auctioned is the Orifice Enlightening Pill, which is extremely rare even in the Morning Sun sect." That person grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. The Orifice Enlightening Pill? Everyone was shocked. Naturally, they knew how valuable this treasure was and how hard it was to obtain it. Xiao Chun suddenly understood. Only such a treasure was worthy of so many major characters appearing in Chaoyang Town. This place was usually not so lively. "Look, there's someone else here." At this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. Old Chow quickly looked over, and his pupil shrank. "It's him?" Chapter 301. The sun had just risen. On the streets of Chaoyang Town, a young man dressed in an alchemist's robe was sitting cross-legged on a majestic big dog that was as tall as a man. The big dog's aura was ostentatious. Its huge eyes looked at everything around it, full of contempt. The young man on the big dog had a jade-like complexion. His dark eyes were calm and unperturbed. Vaguely, there was an otherworldly aura emanating from him. He was neither arrogant nor fierce, but anyone who saw him could not help but feel a sense of awe. An enlightened, immortal master. Old Chow was shocked. The young man in front of him had left a deep impression on him. He had seen with his own eyes how this person had joined the Chaoyang sect under the protection of several enlightened immortal masters. How long had it been since then? He had broken through and become an enlightened immortal master? As an independent martial artist who was determined to join the Chaoyang sect, he was well aware of the difficulties involved. Even the most talented cultivators in the Chaoyang sect had to stay at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage for 3 to 5 years before they could obtain an enlightening elixir and break through. How could he be so fast? What did he do to deserve this? Even his dog? Old Chow's heart sank when he saw the dog's slanted eyes that seemed to be looking down on him. It was as if he had been hit hard. Was he looking down on him? When he looked again, the big dog had already walked past him with its head held high. Its slanted eyes seemed to be looking down on everything. The others naturally recognized Bai Ziyue as well, and they all revealed looks of disbelief. "Alchemist Bai, you're here. Please come in." Gu Qingfeng had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Ziyue, he quickly went up to him and led him into Phoenix Restaurant. Soon, after hearing that Ziyue had arrived, almost everyone in Phoenix Restaurant came up to him and greeted him accordingly. Many of these people were not necessarily here for the enlightening elixir. One of the reasons was to make friends and chat with each other. Ziyue was a newly ascended enlightened immortal master, and he was also a second-grade elixir master who could refine the enlightening elixir. Naturally, many people were willing to make friends with him. At the very least, they wanted to be familiar with him because it was hard to say when they would come knocking on his door. Alchemists were highly respected in the entire cultivation world, and their status was also extremely high. As such, there were more than a dozen enlightened immortal masters in the Phoenix Palace. Including some juniors and nephews, there were more than 50 people. This is the head of the Wan clan, Wan Chaoming. This is the head of the Yu clan, Yu Tingsh. Unknowingly, Yi Kaiyang had come to Ziyue's side and introduced him. Ziyue thanked them and started to chat with them one by one. Although he wasn't good at these things, he knew the benefits of making connections. This is the head of the Ma clan, Ma Zhan. This is Ma Chengfu of the Inheritance Hall. The other one is the most outstanding talent of the Ma clan in this generation, Ma Mingyu. Ziyue only nodded. They were considered to have met. Previously, when Ma Chengfu brought his niece to see him, he changed from his previous cold attitude. Not only did he sincerely apologize, but he also pulled his niece, Ma Mingyu, into a marriage alliance. Since it was better to squash enmity rather than keep it alive, and since the other party didn't do anything overboard, Ziyue agreed to reconcile. Of course, the so-called reconciliation only meant that the two sides didn't deliberately target each other. If they wanted to completely ease their relationship, it still depended on the Ma clan's performance. As for the marriage alliance, of course, he flatly rejected it. Although Ma Mingyu was good-looking and was said to be extremely talented, he had his own goals. All he thought about was to increase his strength. He didn't have any other thoughts. Therefore, when Yi Kaiyang introduced them, Ma Mingyu's face was full of embarrassment and anger. Ziyue faced it calmly and didn't take it to heart. This is Immortal Master Zhou Yang. This is his son, Zhou Pengcheng. Immortal Master Zhou Yang is the Vice Pavilion Master of the Blacksmith Pavilion. He's a second-rank blacksmith and has a record of forging a top-grade spirit tool that contains the Heavenly Spirit restriction. He's very extraordinary. Looking at the plain-looking old man who came forward, Yi Kaiyang hurriedly introduced him. Pavilion Master Yi is too polite. Spirit tools are difficult to forge, and it's even harder to forge one that contains the Heavenly Spirit restriction. I was just lucky before. If you want me to forge one now, I don't have the slightest confidence. Zhou Yang shook his head and said, on the other hand, Immortal Master Bai can forge the Orifice Enlightening Pill at such a young age. You could be considered a true dragon among men. Your future is limitless. My son has been stuck at the peak of the 9th layer of the Qi refining stage for many years. If he queues up, it will take him another 3 years to get an Orifice Enlightening Pill. This time, I hope Immortal Master Bai can help me and give me an Orifice Enlightening Pill. Of course. Ziyue's eyes flashed and his heart stirred. He said, speaking of which, the magic tool that I use has already been destroyed in a previous battle. I just happened to meet Immortal Master Zhou. I don't want to trouble two people for the same thing. I would like to ask Immortal Master Zhou to help me forge a magic tool that suits me. Oh, I still have a few spirit tools that I've forged in the past. Although their grades aren't too high, they can still be considered fine. If Immortal Master Bai likes them, why don't you take 1 or 2 back? Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows and hurriedly said, what I want is a custom-made flying sword. In the future, I plan to use it as my natal magic tool. Thus, I might need Immortal Master Zhou to personally forge it. As Ziyue spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a jade bottle. He handed it over and said, this Orifice Enlightening Pill can be considered a deposit. In addition, in this storage pouch, there are some materials that I occasionally gather. Immortal Master Zhou can use them as you see fit. It would be best if they could become a top-grade spirit tool. If not, I hope they can become a high-grade spirit tool. As for the cost, that's not a problem. Bai Ziyue knew that his improvement in strength was much faster than that of ordinary immortal spell cultivators. Although low-grade spirit tools were most suitable for early-stage immortal masters with his strength and realm, by the time he got used to low-grade spirit tools, his strength would probably increase to mid-stage or even late-stage Immortal Masters. Low-grade spirit tools would not be able to adapt to his increase in strength. Thus, he might as well go all the way and raise his requirements. Top-grade spirit tools would be the best. As for high-grade spirit tools, he wouldn't mind. As for materials, he actually didn't collect much. Most of them were meteorites and other items that he obtained early on. The only thing that could be considered precious was the broken ruler that he obtained from the storage pouch of the immortal martial sect leader, Jiang Wudao. The original grade of that ruler was already hard to discern due to the collapse of the restrictions and its spirituality. However, Zhu estimated that it was at least a high-grade spirit tool, or even a top-grade one. The material of the ruler was definitely the best. Naturally, he could also extract its essence and integrate it into the flying sword that he was about to forge. No problem. Within a month, I will send someone to inform Pill Master to come and collect it. Zhou Yang appreciated Ziyue's straightforwardness and quickly nodded in agreement. Then, Ziyue met with Yu Dao, the owner of the Thousand Treasure Tower, the elite disciple of the Chuyang sect, Guduwe, Fairy Hong Chun, and so on. Of course, this time, Zhao Yu naturally came with her master, Zhu Shuixian. The little girl felt wronged and said that Ziyue had forgotten about her. After a while, her face was full of smiles again. Ziyue also didn't expect that after a period of time, Zhao Yu would become more attached to him. However, what surprised him the most was Zhao Yu's cultivation. In just 2 months, she had already surpassed the initial stage of cultivation and became a cultivator in the first layer of the qi refining stage. She was indeed worthy of her extraordinary talent. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the auction officially began. Ziyue just sat at the side and didn't participate. The whole process was handled by Yi Kaiyang. Because he had already given an enlightening pill to Pill Master Zhou Yang, there were only 5 enlightening pills left to be auctioned. The competition became even more intense because of this. As soon as the auction started, one of them was sold for 35,000 spirit stones. Then, a few more enlightening pills were sold. The lowest price was 38,000 spirit stones, and the last one was sold for 45,000 spirit stones. Even though Ziyue had already expected this auction to be popular, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, he soon realized that most of the people who bought his enlightening elixir were from the major forces. Among them, the Wan clan, Yu clan, and Thousand Treasure Tower each bought one. As for the Ma clan, because Ziyue's words had already been spread, perhaps it was a kind of concession and goodwill, the Ma clan didn't participate in the auction. The remaining 2 enlightening pills were bought by Immortal Zhao from the Internal Affairs Pavilion and Alchemy Master Tang from the Alchemy Pavilion. Alchemy Master Tang was a second-grade beginner alchemist. He had been stuck at the peak of level 9 Qi refinement for 7 years. Originally, he was supposed to have a share of the enlightening pills when Pavilion Leader Qian refined them next time. However, there were still 3 years until the next batch of alchemy. 3 years was too long, and he did not want to wait. Therefore, he spent a total of 40,000 spiritual stones to obtain the enlightening pellet. He was actually quite satisfied with this. In 7 years, he had accumulated a lot of karma points. If he could successfully break through to the enlightening realm, everything would be worth it. Even if he failed, the enlightening pill would ensure that he wouldn't die after breaking through. He could still exchange for another enlightening pill 3 years later and break through again. In short, everything was for strength and for the enlightening immortal art. 190,000 low-grade spirit stones. That's 190,000 karma points. After the auction ended, the various cultivators left in 2s and 3s. Ziyue also successfully obtained the enlightening pill from the auction. He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. With 190,000 karma points, plus the 10,000 karma points he had a total of 200,000 karma points. This was a huge sum of money for any cultivator in the enlightened aperture realm of mystical ways. Even Ziyue couldn't help but feel a sense of wealth at this moment. I'm looking for a guaranteed monthly vote to enter the top 100. Thank you very much. Chapter 302. A month ago, I was still running back and forth to collect materials for refining the Orifices Enlightening elixir. I was even ambushed and was on the verge of death. A month later, I not only broke through to the Orifices Enlightening realm, but also refined the Orifices Enlightening elixir. Now I have 200,000 karma points. Baiziwei revealed a trace of a smile, feeling excited and satisfied in his heart. He was also looking forward to it. He was looking forward to arriving at the Chaoyang sect as soon as possible and going to the Internal Affairs Pavilion to exchange for the follow-up of the Purple Chi visualization technique, some powerful magic arts, and even some magic weapons. Especially the follow-up cultivation method. If he had the follow-up cultivation method, he would not have come all the way from Wujiang County of Wu Country to the swamp of Misty Cloud Mountain to join the Chaoyang sect. Before, he had not broken through to the Orifices Enlightening realm, and he did not have enough karma points, so he could only hold back and not exchange for the cultivation method. Now, he had enough karma points, so he could not wait. An hour later, Ziyue appeared in the Internal Affairs Pavilion of the Chaoyang sect. With so much money, anyone would be more careful. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ziyue did not plan to wander around outside. After leaving Chaoyang town, he did not stop and went straight to the front gate. The Internal Affairs Pavilion was bustling as usual. Enlightened immortal masters, disciples, and even martial artists and handymen came and went. Ziyue first left the black puppy at the door, and then stepped in unhurriedly. He first found the reward sign he had left for practicing the 7 demons' true fire. The sign showed that it had been completed, which made him happy. He quickly found a disciple of the Internal Affairs Hall and completed the transaction according to the rules. 10 minutes later, Ziyue had 4 purple gourds filled with various kinds of evil qi in his hands. These 4 kinds of evil qi were cold, bloody, and icy. Even though they were separated by the gourds, Ziyue could feel the restlessness in them. After confirming that the 4 kinds of evil qi did not overlap with the 3 kinds he had absorbed and refined, he immediately put them into his storage bag with satisfaction. Next, he only needed to refine the 4 kinds of evil qi step by step, and then he could practice the 7 demons' true fire. It was much easier than practicing by himself. As a result, his karma points decreased by 4,000 points, leaving him with less than 200,000 points. However, in his opinion, although karma points were important, it was more important to convert them into something that could actually improve his strength. Soon, he appeared in a secret chamber. Alchemist Bai, this is the treasure exchange form. It didn't limit itself to cultivation methods, martial skills, pill formulas, magic treasures, array flags, and precious spiritual materials. It had everything. You can choose what you want to exchange. In the secret chamber, the one who received Yue was Zhang Xiaohua, the enlightening immortal master of the Internal Affairs Hall. He knew that Ziyue had auctioned off a total of 5 enlightening elixirs. Now that he was so rich, he would definitely come here to exchange for some treasures to increase his strength and foundation. Therefore, he was not surprised to run into Ziyue here. What truly astonished him was the speed at which the other party had appeared. It was much faster than he had expected. This was enough to prove that the other party was impatient. Treasure exchange form. Ziyue's breathing quickened. Almost immediately, he flipped open the first page of the thick book. Theurgy, Silent Divine Light, 1 million karma points. There's even Theurgy? At first glance, Ziyue's eyes widened in shock. One must know that the once prominent celestial martial sect only had the power of a theurgy when they combined 3 supreme arts and used them at the same time. But in the Chaoyang sect, there was a theurgy. It had to be said that the gap between them was extremely large. But if I want to exchange for it, it's too expensive. 1 million karma points? How many ordinary disciples, even if they are enlightened immortal masters, can accumulate so many karma points? Ziyue could not help but sigh. Although he had not seen the power of theurgy, he knew that its power was unparalleled, far surpassing that of ordinary spells. It was just that the price was too high. He had thought that the 200,000 karma points he had were already considered rich. But compared with the prices of many treasures on the list, it seemed to be too little. Daluo Divine Sword, 1 million karma points. Green Lotus Painting, 1 million karma points. Although there were no pictures of the treasures, the descriptions alone were enough to shock him and make him feel the power and preciousness of many treasures. Among them, there were as many as 7 treasures with 1 million karma points, each of which shocked him. Can all the treasures on the list be exchanged with karma points? Ziyue could not help but ask in surprise. Generally speaking, as long as you have enough karma points, you can exchange for most of the things marked on the list. Zhang Xiaohua said calmly. Bai Ziyue reluctantly shifted his gaze away from the pricey treasures. These things with such high prices were naturally good things. But for him now, they were not practical. Although the divine light of annihilation was powerful, the fact that it could only be cultivated by those in the god realm made him flinch. The same was true of the Daluo Divine Sword. It was the natal magic weapon of a divine realm expert hundreds of years ago. When driven, its power naturally surpassed that of a top spiritual weapon. But only the divine realm experts could really exert the power of this magic weapon. However, the experts at the god realm usually had a natal magic treasure that belonged to them. They didn't value the natal magic treasure, which had been refined by others and could only exert 80% of its power at most. Although the enlightening immortal masters could barely drive this magic weapon, the consumption of primordial qi was not something that ordinary people could bear. In this way, it seemed a little useless. Therefore, although he was tempted, he was very clear-headed. There are so many treasures with different functions. It's easy to be dazzled by them. I can't choose what I really need when my mind is wandering. So, I'd better choose what I really need based on the reality. Ziyue thought in his heart and slowly calmed down. First of all, what I need most is the follow-up cultivation method of Purple Qi Divine Observation Skill. Then, Ziyue searched on the treasure exchange list and soon found something. Purple Qi Divine Observation Skill. Enlightenment Chapter, 30,000 karma points. Purple Qi Divine Observation Skill. Deities Chapter, 100,000 karma points. If I only choose the Enlightenment Chapter, I only need 30,000 karma points. But if I add the Deities Chapter, I need 130,000 karma points. Ziyue thought in his heart and made a decision almost immediately. He wanted to exchange all of them. He had suffered enough without the follow-up cultivation method. Back when he had obtained the first volume of the Purple Qi visualization technique, his strength had stagnated for a long time after he had cultivated it to the peak. He had only managed to obtain the second volume of the cultivation method from Li Sun after he had done everything he could to continue improving. It was the same this time. After he cultivated to the 9th level of Qi refining realm, he went to the Chaoyang sect to get the next level of cultivation method. This feeling was very uncomfortable, and he did not want to try it again. Who knew what would happen in the future? If he had the chance, he would naturally exchange for all of them to prevent future troubles. Then magic arts and sword skills. Bai Ziyue then began to search for items on the treasure exchange list. His strength had reached the enlightenment realm, and many of the magic arts he used before were not powerful enough. Whether it was the Thunder Fall skill, the Geocentric Fire skill, or the Ice Flame skill, they were quite powerful. At least when he was in the early stage of the enlightenment realm, he could rely on them. But the upper limit had been set. These magic arts could at most threaten the early stage and middle stage of the enlightenment realm. The threat to the late stage of the enlightenment realm, or even the peak of the enlightenment realm, was very limited. Therefore, he needed to cultivate 1 or 2 more powerful magic arts. Among the attacking magic arts, the most powerful are usually the fire arts and the thunder arts. I already have the 7 demons true fire for the fire arts, so I'll choose the thunder arts. Ziyue thought in his heart and quickly made his choice. Divine 5 thunder arts. 50,000 karma points. Through the introduction, Ziyue knew that this thunder art was a comprehensive magic art. It could be used separately to cast metal thunder, with thunder, water thunder, fire thunder, and earth thunder. Finally, the 5 thunder could be combined to form the divine 5 thunder, which was extremely powerful. At least, it was enough for him to dominate the enlightenment realm. And this sword skill, one sword to break all arts, 50,000 karma points. I don't know how powerful it is, but at least the name is well known. Judging from the exchange price, it's definitely not weak. It should be able to greatly increase the power of my flying sword. At least, it's much stronger than the Chao Yang swordsmanship. Ziwe silently remembered the name of another sword skill. A thunder art and a sword skill. The two skills added together were 100,000 karma points. I don't seem to have enough karma points. Ziwe calculated and was stunned. He found it hard to believe, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it was normal. The magic arts he had chosen were all the best. Usually, it would take a long time for a cultivator to exchange for one, but he had chosen 3 or 4 at once. Especially when he lacked a sense of security. He had chosen the God chapter of Purple Chi visualization magic. Of course, 100,000 karma points would be spent quickly. However, he couldn't bear to give up on one of them just like that. Regardless of whether it was the divine 5 thunder arts or one sword to break all arts, they were all skills that could directly increase his strength. And they all had their own strengths. Naturally, he was unwilling to give them up. I have a skill that can help a cultivator at the 9th level of the Chi refining realm. It can increase the probability of enlightenment by up to 30%. I wonder how many karma points the sect will give me if it's recorded? Ziwe thought for a while, then suddenly looked up at Zhang Xiaohua and said in a low voice, Chapter 303. Increase the chances of reaching the aperture opening realm by 30%. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes widened in shock. He asked hurriedly, what technique? The 5 elements pure vitality technique. Bai Ziwe said faintly, and then shut his mouth without replying. He had obtained this technique by accident in his early days. In fact, it was not that valuable because this technique was only effective for cultivators in the Chi refinement stage. Although it could increase the chances of reaching the aperture opening realm by 30%, one had to cultivate this technique to the consummation stage. Not to mention, to cultivate this technique, one had to collect 5 kinds of spiritual objects that contain the 5 elements Kanei Chi to ignite the 5 elements spiritual apertures. Just this point alone would definitely cost a lot. However, even so, just the fact that cultivating this technique could increase the chances of reaching the aperture opening realm by 30% was enough to make countless cultivators in the Chi refinement stage want to follow it. Our Chaoyang sect has always encouraged our disciples to contribute the cultivation techniques that they have obtained through their own fortuitous encounters to the sect. Therefore, the rewards are very generous. If what you said is true, and the technique can indeed increase the chances of reaching the aperture opening realm by 30%, the rewards will be huge. Wait a moment, I'll go get Elder Lung. Elder Lung is a strong cultivator in the peak of the aperture opening realm, and his strength is even stronger than the pavilion master of the Internal Affairs Pavilion. However, he is old and has no relatives or descendants, so he is in charge of the sutra depository in the sect. He is very knowledgeable. With that, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly got up and left the secret room. Seeing this, Ziwe was not worried. He continued to open the treasure exchange map and started to flip through it. There were countless good things recorded on it, many of which he had never even heard of. Because of this, not only did he broaden his horizons, he also gained a lot of knowledge. At the very least, if he were to encounter it in the future, he wouldn't be in a situation where he didn't recognize the treasure and missed it. Half an hour later, an old man with white hair and a long hooked nose walked in with Zhang Xiaohua. You have the technique that can increase the chances of reaching the aperture opening realm? The old man looked at Ziwe and asked curiously. That's right. Ziwe nodded. With a flip of his hand, a jade slip appeared in his hand, and he passed it over. What was recorded in this jade slip was naturally not the complete 5-direction pure Yuan art. He did not record the key points of opening the 5-direction spiritual cavities with the 5 element spiritual objects, nor the specific route of the cultivation method. He was not afraid that others would use this to deduce his cultivation method. That's right. In theory, this technique does have the ability to increase the chances of breaking through to the aperture opening realm. 30% is not a lie. In fact, it can even allow the strength of a 9th layer chi condensation cultivator to increase once again, far surpassing cultivators of the same level. At this point, Old Master Lung's gaze landed on Ziyue, and he continued. However, the drawback of this technique is also very obvious. First of all, it needs to rely on external forces. The other is that to reach the level described in the cultivation method, one needs to cultivate for a long time. It's far inferior to the bottleneck-breaking pill and the orifice-enlightening pill. Although he said that Old Master Lung actually approved of this cultivation technique very much, he was a little surprised. It was hard to imagine who had created such a unique cultivation method. Then how many karma points can this cultivation method be exchanged for? Zhang Xiaohua asked hurriedly. Dua, who was beside him, also showed a look of interest. In the entire cultivation world, it's recognized that there are many treasures that can increase the chances of a chi condensation cultivator breaking through to the aperture opening realm. However, most of them are extremely precious treasures of heaven and earth. They are rare and hard to find, so they're not in our discussion. Among them, there are only 2 that we can master and use on a large scale. One is the bottleneck-breaking pill, which can directly increase the chances of a chi condensation cultivator breaking through to the aperture opening realm by 20%. The other is the orifice-enlightening pill. Not only can it directly increase the chances of breaking through to the aperture opening realm by 30%, but it also has a magical vitality that can guarantee that even if the cultivator fails to break through, they will not die. This is also the reason why the number of cultivators of immortal methods can continue to increase and gradually prosper. As for your cultivation method, the pros and cons are extremely obvious. Although it is far inferior to the orifice-enlightening pill, it still has a certain advantage over the bottleneck-breaking pill. It can also strengthen the foundation of our Chaoyang sect and increase the number of aperture-opening realm immortal masters every year. In this way, 300,000 karma points is a suitable value. Old Master Lung thought for a moment and said, 300,000 karma points. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be shocked. He looked at Ziyue and could not help but reveal a hint of jealousy. He had obtained almost 200,000 karma points from the auction of the orifice-enlightening pill. Together with the 300,000 karma points now, it would be 500,000 karma points. His total net worth would be richer than most immortal masters in the middle and later stages of the aperture opening realm. No problem. Ziyue did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed. 300,000 karma points was not a small amount. He had worked hard to make the orifice-enlightening pill and had only obtained 200,000 karma points. In comparison, the gains this time are not only huge, but also easy. It was indeed a little beyond his expectations. Of course, contributing cultivation methods was only a one-time transaction. It was completely different from making elixirs. This time, if not for the fact that he could not bear to give up the few cultivation methods he had chosen, and that the 5 elements pure vitality method was not very useful to him now, he would not have chosen to contribute it. Therefore, after the transaction, the complete cultivation method was handed over. Ziyue also made a blood oath that unless it was his blood relatives or direct disciples, he would not spread this cultivation method outside for 100 years. Then, the 300,000 karma points were automatically transferred into his identity token. This blood oath does not restrict me much, as long as I don't spread it around. Anyway, it does not restrict my blood relatives or direct disciples. After sending Old Master Lung away, Ziyue thought silently and felt relieved. Then his eyes fell on the treasure exchange list again. No matter what, now I have enough karma points. I can exchange for some of the treasures I had my eyes on previously. Ziyue thought in his heart and quickly made a decision. In a short while, he had chosen 4 treasures: 2 spiritual weapons, and 2 Dharma spells. The spiritual weapons were the strong wind, silver-winged flying shuttle and the golden thread spiritual gang bead. Among them, the golden horn silver-winged flying shuttle was a mid-grade flying spiritual weapon. It contained 36 kinds of earthly evil prohibitions. Not only was its defense extraordinary, it could withstand the full blow of an immortal master at the middle stage of the enlightenment realm. It was also so fast that an ordinary immortal master at the late stage of the enlightenment realm could not catch up with it. Moreover, a powerful escape skill called Strong Wind Flash was engraved inside the shuttle. When it was used, its speed was amazing, far surpassing that of an ordinary expert at the peak of the enlightenment realm. As for the golden thread spiritual gang bead, it was an upper-grade defensive spiritual weapon with 65 earthly evil prohibitions. It could transform into a golden thread spiritual gang shield, which could defend against almost any offensive Dharma spells and most of the attacks of celestial weapons and spiritual weapons. Only when facing some golden needle or piercing attacks, the effect would be slightly weaker. The 2 Dharma spells were the Divine Earth Escape skill and the 5-element shield skill. If the strong wind, silver-winged flying shuttle was a Dharma treasure for escaping in the sky, then the Divine Earth Escape skill was a Dharma spell for escaping on land. At a critical moment, it could even escape directly into the ground, which was quite mysterious. As for the 5-element shield skill, it might not be very strong in terms of defensive Dharma spells, but it had the effect of blocking, slowing, and weakening the power of flying swords, flying daggers, and other piercing attacks. It was equivalent to a supplement for the upper-grade spiritual weapon, the golden thread spiritual gang bead. The reason why Ziyue chose to exchange for these 2 spiritual weapons and 2 Dharma spells was ultimately related to the previous battle with the sect master of the Tao Realization sect. In the previous battle, although in the final analysis, it was because the other party's strength was far superior to his. However, he still managed to discover a few of his own shortcomings from it. The first was speed. The lack of speed made it easy for him to be caught by the other party when he was escaping. Then, he fell into an extremely passive situation. The second was defense. In terms of martial arts, he had the protective golden light of the indestructible golden body, which was enough. In the previous battle, it also played a good role. However, in terms of the strength of Dharma spells, he not only lacked defensive Dharma weapons, but also very few defensive Dharma spells. He only had a low-level Dharma spell, the Spiritual Light Shield skill. It was okay to face a weaker opponent, but if he met someone with a higher realm and stronger strength, he would be at a disadvantage. The 2 spiritual weapons and 2 Dharma spells cost me a total of 230,000 karma points. In this way, my karma points will be reduced to 40,000 again. Ziyue thought silently, and his eyes narrowed again. 40,000 karma points were not a small number. He had thought of saving up 40,000 karma points to exchange for bottleneck-breaking elixir and enlightening elixir. However, the waiting time was too long, and he had the elixir furnace and the elixir recipe of the enlightening elixir, so he chose to learn the art of refining elixirs himself and started refining elixirs. The record of spiritual plants, 5,000 karma points. The Imperial Beast Bag, 9,000 karma points. Just when Ziyue gave up the exchange, he suddenly remembered the mysterious spiritual plant seedling in the cave residence. So he exchanged for the record of spiritual plants. As for the Imperial Beast Bag, it was prepared for the Black Puppy. Although the Black Puppy's strength had reached the level of a dog demon, it was at most equivalent to the internal force realm of a martial artist. It was not even comparable to a third-rate master, so it could easily be implicated and die. However, it was different with the Spirit Beast Bag. It was safer to stay in the Spirit Beast Bag, and it would not be a burden to him. Thus, Ziyue stopped his selection and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Immortal Master Zhang, I've finished my selection." Several hours later, Ziyue walked out of the Internal Affairs Pavilion with a calm face. It was not until he was far away that a trace of excitement appeared on his face. This time, he had spent almost 500,000 karma points in one go, which was definitely a big deal. Even he himself had never thought that his expenses would be so great. However, as soon as he thought of the things in his storage bag, he felt a trace of satisfaction and felt that it was worth it. Chapter 304. The Purple Chi Divine Visualization Techniques, Orifices, Enlightening Chapter, and God's Chapter. The Divine Firmament 5 Thunders Technique. The one sword to break all spells, and the 2 spirit weapons and Dharma spells that he had exchanged for. Which one of them was not valuable? If it had been an ordinary itinerant cultivator, even if he had 500,000 spirit stones, he would not have been able to exchange for so many powerful cultivation techniques, Dharma spells, and Dharma treasures. In Ziyue's opinion, this was definitely worth it. At least at the Orifices Enlightening stage, he did not have to worry about anything. As long as he followed the prescribed order and steadily increased his cultivation level, he would be able to increase his strength at will. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of relief and satisfaction. However, when Ziyue recalled what Zhang Xiaohua had said to him when he handed over the treasures, the smile on his face disappeared and he frowned slightly. In 3 months, I have to leave. The Chaoyang sect had a sect rule. Any immortal master who had broken through to the Orifices Enlightening stage had to train outside the sect for 3 years. Generally speaking, they would be stationed outside the sect to guard their properties. This was not only a training for the sect's disciples, but also a form of deterrence to outsiders. Unless something major happened, even the sect leader's disciples would have to abide by this rule. Although he was an advanced second-grade alchemist who could refine the Orifices Enlightening elixir, he was no exception. This is good too. Although it is somewhat safe to stay in the Chaoyang sect, there are also inconveniences. Especially now that I have a complete set of cultivation techniques. My cultivation level will definitely increase rapidly with the abundance of spirit energy. If someone notices, it will be troublesome. Ziyue pondered silently and made a decision. Compared to his previous ferocious improvement, the recent improvement in his cultivation level was indeed a little slow. Now that there was no longer a cultivation level barrier, he naturally had to increase his cultivation level as soon as possible. It was the same regardless of whether it was the martial path or the immortal Tao realm. Thinking of this, he calmed down and his aura stabilized. Just as he was about to call the little black dog to continue on their journey, he suddenly felt the void above his head stir slightly. Buzz! A ripple appeared on the extreme Earth Essence Magnetic Divine Light Array of the Protective Mountain Array. Then, 3 figures quickly entered the sect from outside the array. 3 enlightened immortal masters, but they all look unfamiliar. Ziyue's eyes flashed as a trace of doubt arose in his heart. It was normal for him to be unfamiliar with these aperture enlightening cultivators. After all, he had only joined the Chaoyang sect not long ago. The only time he had come into contact with cultivators of the same level was during the auction. However, what puzzled him was that he could sense a deep sense of exhaustion and embarrassment from them, as if they had traveled a long time. Moreover, he also noticed that one of the 3 had his arm cut off at the shoulder, and there were faint traces of blood on his long sleeves. Another person's aura was in a mess, and even his cultivation was somewhat unstable. Only one person with a rather fierce aura did not suffer any obvious injuries. They just went through a huge battle. Ziyue made a judgment in his heart, but he didn't know the result of that battle. However, this had nothing to do with him after all. Although he was puzzled, he did not think too much about it. Not long after, he returned to the Dawnfall Peak where his cave abode was located. After returning to the cave abode, Ziyue went straight to his secret cultivation room. As if he couldn't wait any longer, he flipped his hand and a faint golden jade slip appeared in his hand. Purple Chi Visualization Technique, Enlightenment Chapter. What was recorded in the jade slip was the Enlightenment Chapter of the Purple Chi Visualization Technique. After taking a deep breath, Ziyue waited until he had calmed down before he calmed down and released his consciousness from his mind unhurriedly. Poof! Following a crisp crack, the eye of the jade scroll broke into pieces almost instantly. Immediately after, Ziwe felt a massive amount of information about the enlightenment chapter of the purple chi visualization technique surging into his mind. After a long while, Ziwe slowly opened his eyes and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. As I expected, the enlightenment chapter of the purple chi visualization technique is indeed related to the acupoints of the body. The entire technique is actually a complicated diagram of the acupoints of the body. When the 369 acupoints recorded in the technique are all ignited and sparkling, it naturally means that the cultivator has reached the peak of the enlightenment realm. Ziwe was slightly excited as he thought to himself, because he had the foundation of the Qi cultivation chapter of the purple Qi visualization technique. It only took him slightly more than an hour to completely understand the enlightenment chapter of the enlightenment chapter of the enlightenment chapter. Thus, Ziwe quickly began to cultivate for the first time. His mind was calm, and the yuan qi in his body surged. The yuan qi, which was as thick as liquid, was like flowing water or extremely heavy mercury. It flowed slowly according to the method of the technique. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, half an hour later, Ziwe opened his eyes. Perhaps it's because we share the same origin, but the yuan qi in my body has completely adapted after just one cultivation session. It feels as if I can control the technique as I wish. Ziwe sighed in his heart, and he couldn't help but smile. This meant that he didn't need to cultivate the purple chi visualization technique at all. He could directly rely on his soul energy to improve. His gaze fell on the attribute panel, and a thought flashed through his mind. It indeed proved this point. Spend 30,000 points of soul energy to ignite one acupoint. If one acupoint requires 30,000 points of soul energy, wouldn't 369 acupoints require more than 10 million points of soul energy? As expected, as my strength increases, the amount of soul energy required also increases. Ziwe's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of difficulty. Even if he only stayed in the cave and received more than 10,000 points of soul energy every day, he would still need at least 3 years to raise his strength to the peak of the aperture opening realm. Although this speed could be considered the best at the moment, and was countless times faster than a cultivator with a heavenly spirit root, it was naturally difficult for him to be satisfied. After all, other than the celestial technique realm, he still had martial arts, spells, and other techniques to improve his strength. Of course, although he thought this, he still quickly chose to ignite this acupoint. Ignite! In an instant, Ziwe felt his chest tighten and then heat. One of the acupoints had already given off a lustrous light, shining in his body. The acupoint had been ignited. Now, the number of acupoints that had been ignited in his body had increased from the heaven and earth acupoints and the 5 cardinal acupoints to 8. My yuan qi has become more vigorous, and when I cultivate, the pulling force on the spiritual qi of heaven and earth has also increased slightly. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be much change. Ziwe sensed slightly and quickly came to a conclusion. In his heart, he also understood that igniting one acupoint would have a very limited effect on his strength. If he ignited 10 or 20 acupoints at once, the feeling would naturally be completely different. However, even if he ignited 10 or 20 acupoints at once, there wouldn't be much of an increase or change in his strength. Therefore, after some consideration, he gave up on this idea for the time being. After all, his spiritual energy was too little. Now, he only had 470,000 spiritual energy points left. Immediately after, Ziwe's divine consciousness scanned the storage bag again, and very quickly, he took out a few items. The Gale Silverwing Flying Shuttle, Golden Thread Spiritual Astral Bead, for purple gold gourds, and 4 jade scroll eyes. After putting these items aside in order, Ziwe's divine consciousness scanned the 4 jade scroll eyes. In an instant, the 4 jade scroll eyes shattered one after another, and a huge amount of information surged in. In Ziwe's mind, the cultivation methods of the Divine Firmament 5 Thunder technique, One Sword to Break All techniques, Divine Earth Escape technique, and 5-element shield technique respectively appeared. After spending some time to organize, Ziyue thought for a while and temporarily gave up on cultivating. Compared to that, it was naturally better to learn a spell that could be mastered very quickly before doing anything else. As for the Gale Silverwing Flying Shuttle and Golden Thread Spiritual Astral Bead, the refining of the two spiritual weapons, they were also accordingly delayed by him. Therefore, he directly picked up the 4 purple gold gourds. Blood Evil Chi, Filthy Evil Chi, Poisonous Evil Chi, and Gale Evil Chi. With the 4 types of Evil Chi, I should be able to learn the 7 Evils True Fire technique very quickly. With this thought in mind, Bai Ziyue first picked up a purple gold gourd that was emitting a bloody light and carefully opened it. The moment a surge of thick evil blood chi rushed out, Bai Ziyue's divine sense gently crept over it. With a slight sweep, he extracted a trace of evil blood chi and drew it into his body, carefully refining it. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes soon, the blood evil chi was absorbed by him. Looking at the attribute panel, he felt that the cultivation progress of the 7 kills real body had indeed increased by 1%. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. Then he extracted another portion of blood evil chi and continued to refine it. In this way, without knowing how much time had passed, 1 day passed. Ziyue put down the purple gold gourd of blood evil chi and picked up the second gourd. Like a concoction, he began to refine and absorb it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the cultivation progress of the 7 evils True Fire also increased rapidly. 51%, 57%, 68%. As the last wisp of Gale Evil Chi was absorbed into his body, it was completely refined by him. Buzz. Suddenly, with a tremor, Ziyue's body shook. He suddenly felt that there was a flame in his body. Like a candle in the wind, it swayed slightly and ignited in his body. Moreover, this flame was very strange. It was completely black and seemed to contain a terrifying power. However, in Ziyue's body, it did not cause any harm to him. 7 Evils True Fire. I've learned the 7 Evils True Fire. Chapter 305. There was a middle-aged cultivator in a purple Taoist robe in the middle of the hall. His aura was restrained, and he looked ordinary. However, he seemed to be in harmony with the world, and there was a hint of the natural Tao. Below him stood several cultivators of the immortal Tao. One of them had his left arm severed at the shoulder, one had a messy aura, and one had a solemn expression. They were the 3 people Ziyue had seen before. In another year, the floating warship will descend. The competition for the 12 spots will be even more intense. In order to occupy a spot, the veteran experts of the various sects might take action. The assassination attempt on you might have something to do with this. The middle-aged cultivator's gaze fell on them, and he said with a solemn expression, in the next period of time, try not to go out. Stay in the sect and recuperate. Yes, sect master. The 2 injured cultivators nodded hurriedly. Only the young man with a fierce aura was unwilling to give up. He said, Master, there's only one chance for the 12 spots every 30 years. This chance is not only for the Chaiyang sect, but also for the Jihua Immortal Palace, the Gu God sect, and the Kunwu Sword sect. With my strength, I'm not considered the best among the younger generation of the Chaiyang sect. If I stay in the sect, I won't have any chance at all without experiencing hardships and battles. Disciple still wants to emulate Senior Brother Chun from 30 years ago. With the early stage of the Aperture in Lightning Realm, I want to wield my sword in the Jianghu and reach the top within a year and snatch a spot. I'm now in the middle Aperture in Lightning Realm. I can't say that I'm better than Senior Brother Chun back then, but I won't belittle myself. Hearing this, the other 2 cultivators couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of light in their eyes. They had all seen and heard Senior Brother Chen's deeds with their own eyes. Naturally, they felt the same way and were even more shocked. Do you know that the era of great battles is full of chaos? What Chun Yudao experienced was a narrow escape. Wan Hong said with a faint gaze, I'm already mentally prepared. Duan Zhengxing said seriously. Saigo. Wanhong looked at his disciple and let out a sigh. I've mastered the 7 demons' true fire. Ziyue was overjoyed and hurriedly waved his hand. In an instant, a flame as black as ink silently appeared on by Ziyue's finger, swaying slightly. He glanced at the side of the secret cultivation room and soon saw an exposed rock at the edge of the room. This rock was huge and hard, coupled with the fact that it had been corroded by spiritual energy all year round. Its hardness was already comparable to that of fine iron. Ziyue casually waved his hand and threw the black flame in his hand up. Puff! The black flames adhered to it and spread silently, directly burning the huge rock into ashes. The remaining power of the black flame did not diminish. It burned a huge hole in the ground before it was extinguished due to the exhaustion of its power. The temperature of this flame is so strong. It's even better than earth fire. Ziyue looked at the scorched crater in front of him. The lava-like liquid inside was dazzling, which really shocked him. This is only the beginner level. If I can cultivate this spell to perfection, how powerful would the power of the flames be? Ziyue thought to himself. He could not wait to look at the attribute panel. Spent 347,535 soul energy to upgrade the 7 demons' true fire to perfection. Upgrade. Ziyue looked at the amount of soul energy and chose to upgrade it without hesitation. Buzz. The void vibrated and distorted slightly. Ziyue could not help but emit an extremely dangerous aura. The black flame in his body soared and rolled violently in his middle dantian. It was like a black fire dragon, emitting a violent and terrifying aura. In his mind, endless insights regarding the 7 demons' primordial fire flowed in his heart. Wisps of strange ideas and various exquisite uses caused a bright light to flash in his eyes. The 7 demons' true fire has reached perfection. The power of this spell now, Ziyue was experiencing and comprehending, but he couldn't find a comparable method for the time being. Although it was far inferior to the great immortal martial handprint in terms of exquisiteness, it was still superior in terms of destructive power and violence. It could be said to be terrifying. I used up nearly 350,000 soul energy in one go. As a result, my spiritual energy has dropped to 150,000 points. Ziyue sighed in his heart. He truly felt the lack of soul energy. One must know that in addition to the improvement of his immortal martial arts, he needed soul energy. In terms of martial arts, he was about to enter the beginner level of the 9 revolutions innate technique. In addition, he had just exchanged for many spells. He was indeed lacking a lot. If this goes on, even if the sect does not arrange for me to go out, I will not be able to bear it and will have to leave the sect to travel. In the Morning Sun Dao sect, there is no place that can increase my soul energy quickly. Ziyue thought to himself and looked in the direction of the swamp of remote Cloud Mountain. Although it was not bad, it was at the foot of the mountain of the Morning Sun Dao sect. In addition, there were relatively weak poisonous insects and ferocious beasts living there. The increase in soul energy was not much. It was not a suitable place. The way of cultivation was to have a balance between tension and relaxation. After a few days of cultivation, even Ziyue felt a little tired. Therefore, after raising the 7 demons' true fire to perfection, he directly stood up and slowly walked out of the cave abode. Sensing that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was more abundant than when he had first chosen the cave abode, Ziyue could not help but feel a little relieved. His gaze quickly fell on the 3 portions of the spiritual field. After a few days of growth, the spiritual plant seedling had obviously grown taller. The tender leaves on it had also increased from the original 2 to 4. It is indeed a spirit-gathering tree with a precious cap. Even if it is still in its infancy, the effect of gathering spiritual chi is already not weak. Thanks to the book of spiritual plants that he had exchanged for with 5,000 karma points, he had already found information about the seedling that he had planted in the spiritual field. He knew that the seedling was a 3rd-grade spiritual tree, the spirit-gathering tree with a precious cap. This spiritual tree had a single effect, but it was very wonderful. It could often increase the density of spiritual chi in a certain area around the spiritual tree. When the spiritual tree reached the first grade, even if it grew in a place without spiritual chi, it could gradually gather spiritual chi, causing the density of spiritual chi in a certain area to be comparable to that of a first-grade spiritual vein. Once it reached the second grade, the effect of gathering spiritual chi would be even better, causing the density of spiritual chi to be comparable to that of a second-grade spiritual vein. When it reached the third grade, it would be comparable to a third-grade spiritual vein. After a long time, under the nourishment of spiritual chi over the years, it could even create a spiritual vein. In other words, a third-grade spirit-gathering tree with a precious cap was directly comparable to a third-grade spiritual vein. If it grew on a spirit vein, it could also cause the surrounding spiritual energy to become more abundant. When a first-grade spirit-gathering tree with a precious cap was combined with a first-grade spiritual land, it could directly be used as a second-grade spiritual land. When a second-grade spirit-gathering tree with a precious cap was combined with a second-grade spiritual land, it could directly be used as a third-grade spiritual land. When a third-grade spirit-gathering tree with a precious cap was combined with a third-grade spiritual land, it could directly be used as a fourth-grade spiritual land. In short, it could raise the level of a spiritual land by grade. Even though the spirit-gathering tree with a precious cap was still in its infancy, it could make the spiritual chi around his cave abode much stronger than that of an ordinary first-grade spiritual land. Immortal Master Bai, you've come out of seclusion? Fu Yongyu's eyes were sharp. When he saw Ziwe walking out of the cave abode, he hurriedly greeted him and said respectfully, "Greetings, Immortal Master Bai." Gao Ming, who was busy in the spiritual field, also hurriedly put down his work and said respectfully, "Mm." Ziwe nodded, looked at the spiritual field not far away, and said, "Have there been any problems recently? 2 days ago, a few spirit-swallowing bugs appeared in the spiritual field. Fortunately, we found them in time. After 2 days of investigation, we finally caught all of them and crushed them to death. Otherwise, if the spirit-swallowing bugs were rampant, it would easily affect the harvest." Gao Ming reported. As if it was afraid that Ziwe would be worried, it hurriedly said, "Immortal Master Bai, don't worry. We treasure that spiritual plant seedling very much. We won't let the bugs affect it. By the way, Immortal Master Bai, 3 days ago, an immortal master called Lei came to find you. Because you were in seclusion, we didn't dare to disturb you. We thought that he had left, but when we went in and out these few days, we saw that immortal master staying at the side and didn't leave at all. Maybe it was really urgent." Immediately after, Fu Yongyu seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Oh." Ziwe raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Is he still outside?" "Should be." Gao Ming replied, "Lei, I got it." Ziwe had some doubts in his heart, but he didn't hesitate and directly walked out of the formation. Buzz! With a thought, the fog of the formation spread directly, and then he saw a figure with a determined face sitting cross-legged not far away. Senior Bai. As if he felt something, Lei suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw Ziwe, he hurriedly got up and bowed. "Why are you looking for me?" Ziwe asked with a frown. It wasn't like he didn't know this Lei. If he remembered correctly, this person also appeared at the auction in Chaoyang Town's Phoenix restaurant, and seemed to have come together with the daughter of the Alchemy Pavilion's vice pavilion master, Yi Kaiyang. However, he also noticed that Yi Kaiyang's expression was rather ugly when he saw them together. "Senior Bai, my name is Lei, and I've been stuck at the 9th level of Qi refining for 10 years. Therefore, I sincerely hope that Senior Bai can give me an aperture enlightening pill." A trace of determination appeared on Lei's determined face, and he directly knelt down. "Aperture enlightening pill?" Ziwe raised his eyebrows and dodged. He said in a deep voice, "You should be very clear that I don't have an aperture enlightening pill anymore." Although he did have an intact aperture enlightening pill on him, only he knew whether it existed or not. At least in the eyes of others, The Aperture Enlightening Pill on him had already been sold out in the last auction. Chapter 306. Junior knows that Senior White managed to refine 9 pills this time. 7 of them were successful, while the other 2 were considered to be trash. What this Junior wants is precisely the 2 waste pills that Senior refined. I'm willing to pay 30,000 karma points for them. Shirley gritted his teeth and said with determination. A few days ago, he suppressed the reluctance in his heart and sold his handy magic weapons. Together with some loans, he collected 30,000 karma points and intended to bid for an enlightening elixir. However, the auction was very heated. The Yu family, the Wan family, the Wan family, and the Treasure Tower were all bidding. His 30,000 karma points were not enough to make a sound. At that time, he was in despair. In his daze, he suddenly remembered that, Bai Ziwe still had 2 useless pills on him. Resolutely, he decided to take a gamble. Even though he knew that a waste pill had a high chance of containing pill toxins due to its high impurities, even if it was a waste pill, it was still a primordial enlightenment pill and would definitely have a certain effect. In a situation where there was no other way, he had no other choice. He could only take the risk. Useless pills. Bai Ziwe's eyes moved slightly and landed on the other party. He said, "Do you know the consequences of consuming a useless pill? If you have the courage to take useless pills and practice in seclusion, how could you not have a chance to break through? Besides, you don't look old. In 3 years, Pavilion Master Qian will refine the Orifices Enlightening Pill. You can get it from the Chaoyang sect. It's only a few years. It's too late." Shirley shook his head and said bitterly, "I have to break through to the Orifices Enlightening realm before 50 years old. Otherwise, Pavilion Master Yi will never marry his daughter to me. I'll be 50 years old in 3 years. Even if I have 30,000 karma points, I have to wait for the next round to get the Orifices Enlightening Pill. But it'll be too late by then. That's why I want to get the 2 useless pills from Senior by to break through to the next realm." Ziwe looked calm, but he was shocked. He knew that he had encountered the rumored love between a poor boy and a rich girl. Of course, compared to the poor brat, Shirley's conditions were naturally many times better. Moreover, how could Senior White know that he's not determined to enter secluded meditation? If I can't obtain anything from Senior White, I've decided to go into secluded meditation. If I don't succeed, I'll die trying and break through to the next realm with my own strength. Shirley's eyes drooped slightly, and his calm tone faintly revealed traces of madness. Forget about the useless pills. Ziwe was slightly moved. He thought for a moment and said, "I actually still have an intact awakening elixir with me. I was planning to keep it for other uses. Since you're so sincere, I'll take it as a sign of good karma. I'll give it to you." As he spoke, he flipped his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. "Thank you, Senior White." Shirley revealed an extremely disappointed expression at first, but it was quickly followed by an expression of ecstasy. He hurriedly knelt down again before respectfully receiving the jade bottle. After carefully confirming the authenticity of the elixir, he consciously handed over 30,000 karma points to Ziwe before leaving with gratitude. In the end, I'm still somewhat soft-hearted. However, the 30,000 karma points in my account have somewhat replenished my somewhat depleted karma points. I've already reached 45,000 karma points. As Ziwe thought to himself, he suddenly turned his gaze and looked into the distance. His eyes suddenly turned cold. There are always people who aren't afraid of death. Do they really think that I'm a fat sheep? Then, he thought for a moment and ignored him. He directly turned around and returned to the cave abode. Half a month later, Ziwe walked out of the cave abode with a face full of anticipation. Then, he rushed all the way to Qinyang Peak. However, this time his target was not the elixir refining pavilion on Qinyang Peak, but the equipment refining pavilion on the other side of Qinyang Peak. 20 days ago, during the auction of the awakening elixir, Vice Pavilion Master Zhou Yang of the Equipment Refining Pavilion requested an awakening elixir for his son. Ziwe also took the opportunity to ask Zhou Yang to help him customize a customized flying sword. Now that 20 days had passed, Zhou Yang finally sent someone yesterday to inform him that the Dharma treasure had been completed. As such, Zue ended his arduous cultivation and walked out of the cave abode, heading straight for Qinyang Peak. With Zhou Yang's skills as an equipment refining master, the customized flying sword this time must be of a high grade. I just don't know if the flying sword refined by Zhou Yang this time has the possibility of becoming a top-grade spiritual weapon. Zue secretly looked forward to it, but also felt somewhat nervous. Compared to the elixir refining pavilion, the equipment refining pavilion was no less lively. There were even more disciples coming in and out. Zue directly found a steward here. Then, under the steward's lead, he went straight to a rather spacious hall in the equipment refining pavilion. Alchemist Bai, you're here. Just as he stepped into the hall, a skinny old man with an ordinary face but an aura of his own hurried to welcome him. It was the vice pavilion master of the equipment refining pavilion, Zhou Yang. Thanks to you, my wreck journey was able to successfully break through and become an enlightened immortal master. Here, I would like to thank Alchemist Bai once again for your kindness in gifting me the elixir. As Zhou Yang spoke, he put his hands together and bowed deeply. Pavilion Master Zhou, you're too courteous. Although the effects of the enlightening elixir are extraordinary, it's actually more of a supporting role. Your son was able to break through to the enlightening immortal master by himself. Zue hurriedly stopped him and said with a smile, not to mention, I also have a request for Pavilion Master Zhou. I just don't know how the Dharma treasure that I asked Pavilion Master Zhou to refine is going. Fortunately, it was completed. The flying sword has been completed. As for its grade, as he spoke, he saw Zue's expectant face. Only then did he reveal a complacent and proud smile. He said, top-grade spiritual weapon. This time, even I was very surprised. Under the carving of the restriction patterns, the 72 earth-killing restrictions melted in an instant and directly formed a heavenly spirit restriction. This spiritual weapon was also upgraded and became a top-grade spiritual weapon. The heavenly spirit restriction formed and became a top-grade spiritual weapon. Zue was overjoyed. He couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. He hurriedly said, Pavilion Master Zhou is indeed a master of forging. You actually managed to refine a top-grade spiritual weapon again. You let me bask in your glory as well. It's also a fluke. This time, it's ultimately because the flying sword's material is good. Among the materials that Alchemist Bai gave me previously, that ruler that was split into two contained a large amount of law avoidance divine iron. This law avoidance divine iron is extremely precious. It's a natural material for forging Dharma treasures. Together with the emptiness stone, law avoidance mithril, and other materials of similar quality, I was able to forge such a perfect Dharma treasure embryo. Since the embryo was in good condition, it was naturally easier to carve the corresponding restriction patterns. The restriction runes intertwined with each other. The 72 earthly fiend restrictions naturally merged and transformed, forming the heavenly dipper restriction. This flying sword also successfully became a top-grade spiritual weapon because of this. As Zhou Yang spoke, his divine sense floated and his hands sank. Immediately, a rectangular treasure box appeared in his hands. With a click, the treasure box opened. In an instant, a ray of treasure light soared into the sky. And narrowed his eyes. He immediately saw that within the treasure box, there was a small silver-white sword that was no more than a meter long. The small sword had two edges and a perfectly straight body. It just lay there quietly. At the tip of the sword, a faint light rushed out, causing the air to tremble slightly. Good sword. Zue looked at the sword in front of him. A trace of joy emerged from within him. His heart palpitated with eagerness, and he greatly liked it. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the sword's hilt. Although this sword was a flying sword, it also had a hilt. Normally, it was where a cultivator's divine sense was placed. It was extremely important. It was quite heavy in his hand, as if he was holding a small mountain. With his strength, wasn't difficult for him to lift it. However, he estimated that ordinary cultivators at the third or fourth layer of chi condensation would find it difficult to lift it. Naturally, it's a good sword. Because this flying sword is made of divine metal that can avoid magic, it naturally has the ability to avoid magic. If ordinary magic were to land on it, it would automatically slide off. Even if magic attacks were to land on it, they would be reduced correspondingly. At the very least, it can reduce the attack's power by 50%. In addition, it has the effect of mithril that can break magic. Against all kinds of magic attacks, it is truly unstoppable. Another thing worth mentioning is that because I heard that Alchemist Bai intended to use it as his natal magic treasure, he specially forged it in isolation. This flying sword doesn't have the slightest trace of my aura. It is pure and holy. Alchemist Bai, as long as you use your blood to refine it and support it with your divine sense, you'll be able to quickly refine this top-grade spiritual weapon. Moreover, when you use it, you'll be able to display a power and effect that far surpasses that of ordinary top-grade spiritual weapons. Zhou Yang explained with a smile. Ziyue nodded slightly. Without hesitation, he forced out a mouthful of blood from his heart and dripped it onto the flying sword's hilt. Buzz! The flying sword trembled violently and quickly absorbed his heart's blood. Then, Bai Ziyue almost immediately felt that there was a spiritual connection between him and the flying sword. As he thought about it, he suddenly felt that the flying sword in his hand was at least 10 times lighter than before. As his divine sense swept over it, the flying sword trembled slightly. However, it was only a preliminary refinement, so it was tainted with his aura. He hadn't completely refined it, so he couldn't lift the flying sword. Even so, as he immersed his mind, he could still feel the power of this flying sword. Apart from the deposit for the enlightening elixir, how many karma points do I need to give Pavilion Master Zhou? Ziyue was very satisfied with this flying sword. However, this place belonged to the equipment refining pavilion, so it wasn't convenient for him to familiarize himself with it. Therefore, he quickly put it back into the treasure box, then raised his head and asked. In his heart, he knew that this flying sword was so powerful that one enlightening elixir was far from enough. On the exchange list of the Internal Affairs Pavilion, a top-grade spiritual weapon could be exchanged for 50 to 60,000 karma points. This flying sword was a top-grade spiritual weapon, so it was naturally more expensive. Therefore, he was already prepared to spend a lot of money. Chapter 307. The main material for this spiritual weapon is the magic evasion divine metal provided by Alchemist Bai. However, we also spent quite a lot of money on it. Emptiness stone, magic breaking mithril, and other materials are on the same level as the magic evasion divine metal. They can be used as one of the main materials for a deity's natal magic weapon. Together with me and a second-grade craftsman who is good at extracting materials, the total cost is 82,000 karma points. After deducting the orifice's enlightening elixir given by Alchemist Bai, based on the average auction price of 40,000 karma points, Alchemist Bai still needs to pay me 42,000 karma points. I'll just remove the 2,000 karma points from it. Alchemist Bai only needs to give me another 40,000 karma points. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment and said seriously, "Thank you, Pavilion Master Zhou." Ziyue felt relieved and said hurriedly. He didn't have enough karma points, but because Shirley had exchanged an orifice's enlightening elixir, he had more karma points. He just happened to be able to take out 40,000 karma points. It was half an hour later when Bai Ziyue walked out of the crafting pavilion after the handover. After that, he didn't return to his cave abode directly. Instead, he went to the alchemy pavilion and quickly found Yi Kaiyang in a large hall. "Pavilion Master Yi, I'm here to bid you farewell." Ziyue looked at Yi Kaiyang and said loudly, "Is it because of the sect rule of being sent out for 3 years? Actually, with Alchemist Bai's alchemy skills, you don't need to care about this sect rule at all. How about this? I'll help you talk to Xiang Yer. He should be able to exempt you from being sent out." Yi Kaiyang was stunned. He quickly remembered the sect rule of the Choyang sect and said hurriedly, He recognized Ziyue's alchemy skills very much. He thought that Yi Kaiyang should stay in the alchemy pavilion and practice alchemy to become a third-grade alchemist as soon as possible. Being sent out might be a training for others, but it was definitely a waste for Ziyue. Pavilion Master Yi, you don't have to worry. I also want to go out for a period of time. It's only 3 years, so it won't delay much. Ziyue shook his head and said, All right then, have you decided on a place? Seeing that Ziyue had made up his mind, Yi Kaiyang sighed in disappointment and asked, Demon Ridge Mine. Ziyue said, Demon Ridge Mine? Why was it here? Did someone make things difficult for him? The most suitable place for us alchemists should be the Great Qin Dynasty's imperial city, or at least the county city. Yi Kaiyang's expression changed as he hurriedly said, This Demon Ridge Mine is adjacent to the 100,000 Great Mountain Range. Often, there are demons and spirit channeling great demons. Plus, this place is actually not far from the Tao Realization sect. It's only about 50 kilometers away. Although the Tao Realization sect is far from our Chaoyang Tao sect, the mountains are high and the road is long. The disciples there have to be more cautious. It was truly a dangerous place. Apart from that, this year's situation was extremely special. The outside world was filled with beacons of war. When the disciples of the various sects went out, there was a risk of being intercepted and killed. I advise you to think about it carefully and choose a safer place. Thank you, Pavilion Master Yi, but I chose this place myself. It's not a big deal. Ziyue felt warm in his heart, but he had already made up his mind. He would not change his mind. Being adjacent to the 100,000 Great Mountain Range might be a dangerous place in the eyes of others, but it was beneficial for the growth of his soul energy. It was his first choice. As for being closer to the Tao Realization sect, if it was really far away, he would not go there. How could he not take revenge for the murder? Only by staying near the other sect could he find an opportunity. This Demon Ridge Mine was a carefully selected place. It was the most suitable place for him. Of course, he would not explain the specific reasons. Instead, he changed his tone and asked, I just don't know why Pavilion Master Yi said that the situation this year was special. You may not know that the place where we are is actually a wasteland with poor resources. There are very few experts. The God Realm is already the top. In addition, there are the Astral Wind Canyon, the 100,000 Great Mountain Range, and the Boundless Sea. It's difficult for the outside world to step into this place, and it's difficult for us to get out. Therefore, it formed a natural cage. Therefore, every 30 years, the sect from the outside world will sail a warship to this place. They will allocate 12 places, and each of them can lead a talented person under the age of 50 to the extraterritorial land. As a price, or to appease them, they will give out 12 deity elixirs to the winners of the 12 places. Therefore, in order to compete for these 12 spots, the various sects would intercept and kill the outstanding disciples of the various sections. There were even more ambitious people who would use this as an experience to charge out a bloody path through the slaughter and fight for one of the 12 spots. 30 years ago, our Chaoyang sect had a disciple who left the mountain at the early stage of the Aperture Enlightening Realm. He killed all the way, and after several life and death situations, he obtained a great opportunity and broke through to the late stage of the Aperture Enlightening Realm within a year. It's a pity that alchemist buys talent is in alchemy. Otherwise, it's not impossible for you to compete for one of the places. Yi Kaiyang explained. Cage, extraterritorial land, 12 places. Hearing this, Ziyue's heart could not help but tremble. His eyes flickered slightly, and he could not help but think. He was confident that within a year, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. There would definitely be a place for him in one of the 12 spots. Thank you, Pavilion Master Yi, for enlightening me. It has broadened my horizons. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. I should be leaving in a few days. I won't have to specially inform you then. Bai Ziyue cupped his fists and said, Be careful. Yi Kaiyang nodded and said. Ziyue responded and turned to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Thank you for Shirley's matter. I only treated it as a test. I didn't expect him to really be enlightened. Ziyue paused slightly and revealed a surprised expression. He did not expect Shirley to really be enlightened. He did not say anything else and quickly left. Although he had already decided to leave the mountain gate and head to the Demon Ridge mineral vein, Ziyue was not in a hurry to leave. In the next few days, apart from his routine cultivation, almost all of his attention was placed on refining the spiritual artifact and refining the flying sword. After a few days, he had finally made the flying sword completely compatible with him. The flying sword could enter his body freely, and he could use it as he wished. He could easily control the flying sword and make any complicated movements. Because the spiritual artifact was a top-grade spiritual artifact, it was often more strenuous to use and consumed a terrifying amount of origin energy. However, it was already able to display a great power. Go! Ziyue's mind moved, and the flying sword rushed out of his body. It was as fast as lightning and pierced into a huge rock. It easily pierced through and then rushed out from the other side. With a wave of his hand, the flying sword was already like a wild goose returning to its nest. It quickly circled around him, and he wantonly controlled it. With a thought, an orange-red flame was thrown out and landed on the flying sword. The flying sword did not move, and the flame automatically slid down from the sides of the flying sword and landed on the ground, burning the ground black. It is indeed a top-grade spiritual artifact, flying sword. Not only is its power extraordinary, but it also has the effect of avoiding spells. When dealing with spells, it is really successful. The only drawback is that when controlling the flying sword, it consumes a terrifying amount of origin energy and divine sense. However, this is also because the flying sword is of a higher grade. When my strength increases, I will naturally not have to worry about this. Ziyue thought in his heart. Only then did he control the flying sword to return from the void. It shrank to the extreme and turned into a 3-inch small sword, and then entered his body. Since the main material of this flying sword is magic avoiding divine iron, and also has the effect of avoiding spells, then I will name it magic avoiding divine sword. Ziyue thought in his heart, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In addition to the magic avoiding divine sword, during this period of time, he had also sacrificial refined the silver-winged gale flying shuttle and the golden silk spiritual gang bead. He could already use the 2 spiritual artifacts normally and use them to their full potential. Of course, because the 2 spiritual artifacts were of a higher grade, when using them, the consumption of origin energy was also very large. Fortunately, because Ziyue practiced the 5 elements pure yuan technique, his origin energy was more vigorous and pure. In addition, he had soul energy, which could be replenished at any time, so he did not need to worry about this problem. In this case, it is also time for me to leave the Chaoyang sect. However, before I leave, I still have to increase my strength by a little bit. Ziyue thought in his heart, and his eyes could not help but fall on the attribute panel. Spend 299,887 points of soul energy to improve the 9 revolutions innate technique to the small success. As early as 10 days ago, the martial art that he practiced, the 9 revolutions innate technique, had been cultivated by him. However, because of the lack of soul energy at that time, he did not deliberately improve it. Now that he was about to go out, under the circumstances that the same amount of soul energy could not improve his strength by much, he naturally chose to improve his martial art strength first. Upgrade. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and directly chose to upgrade. In an instant, Ziyue felt that there were countless experiences about practicing the 9 revolutions Xiantian skill in his mind, as well as various experiences about the mysterious use of the Xiantian Qi, as well as the experiences he gained from practicing it over and over again, all of which he seemed to have comprehended after 3,000 days and months of bitter practice. Moreover, the innate, genuine Qi in his body was also rapidly circulating and growing, making it incomparably vigorous, as if it was endless. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a full 10 breaths, Yue completely received the rapid increase in strength due to the breakthrough of the 9 revolutions innate technique. And his strength also jumped from the early stage of the innate realm to the peak of the early stage of the innate realm. Although the realm was not completely broken, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.